Here on DVD Volume 4 of this C3 Sicilian series, we will look at positions where black recaptures with the queen on d5 and then plays a setup with an early e6. In these systems, we have a very special way to play. Basically, an early knight to a3, either on the 5th or 6th move, offers white very good chances of exploiting the early development of the black queen. That will be the early part of this DVD. The second part will actually be a lot more fun and entertaining. We will see quite a number of disasters. Even strong grandmasters have just gotten absolutely crushed in the section that I will call the C3 crunch. These are short games, usually less than 20 or 25 moves, where black, for the most part, occasionally white, has had an absolutely terrible opening disaster. I've used many of these tactical motifs, and I'm sure you will be too, to win many chess games. In this first section of Volume 4 of our DVD series on the C3 Sicilian, we will look at situations where black plays e6. Let's take a look. e4, c5, c3, d5, ed, queen takes d5, d4, and now, for example, e6 right away. In principle, e6 is a touch passive and does not do anything about the problem child bishop on c8. In fact, it kind of boxes it in. Our recommended technique for dealing with this is to play knight a3. The idea is to very quickly launch an attack on the queen side and possibly win a pawn on a7, or maybe reach a favorable endgame like the ones we studied in our queenside majority section. If black plays precisely, he may get counter chances, but the first thing we will look at, we will examine two games. Evgeny Sveshnikov, played in Russia 1989 against Kaliberta, and the second game, another grandmaster, Drazen Cermak, specialist, against Grandmaster Milan Vukic from Sudan 2004. Next, we will look at situations where, after d4, knight f6, knight f3, then black plays e6. But again, the same principle applies. The pawn on e6 boxes in the bishop on c8. And again, we recommend knight a3. Now in this situation, bishop to e3, bishop to d3, bishop to e2 have all been played at the grandmaster level. But we're going to keep it consistent and play knight a3. And in playing knight a3, we're going to look at two games from the maestro himself, Evgeny Sveshnikov, one game from Super GM Sergei Tivyakov, played in Austria 2009, and another game again from Drazen Cermak, c3 specialist, and another c3 specialist, Dusko Pavasevic. So you can see, playing knight a3, developing our queenside initiative, you're in very good company. And from there, we will also look at knight f6, knight f3, and the early exchange c takes d4, which we actually consider to be rather premature, as it gives our knight the opportunity to hop out to c3 in one turn. This is probably the one example where you should gladly accept the isolated or hanging pawn structure. There we will look at the game where the Grandmaster Michel Godina plays in Italy 2009 against Flavio Guido. What better way to start looking at the games with e6 and d takes c5 than our hero, Evgeny Sveshnikov. In this game he's playing white against Vladimir Kaliberta, and this is one of the early games in the early knight a3 system. This was played in Russia in 1989. e4, c5, c3, d5, ed5, queen d5, d4, and now 4, e6 for black. Again, as we said, we're a little skeptical of this. Boxing in the bishop on c8, where it can easily become a liability. Knight a3. As mentioned, this was one of the first games where knight a3 was played even before knight f3. Black voluntarily played queen d8. But if he plays c to d4, we play knight b5, threatening the fork, and as you will see, this is a recurring motif. We've even seen this earlier in the endgame section. After knight a6, queen takes d4. Sveshnikov considers this type of endgame to be slightly better for white. You have the queenside majority. Black has targets on the queen side. In this game, after knight a3, black played queen back to d8 voluntarily. But now, bishop to f4. This, of course, is Sveshnikov's favorite diagonal for this bishop. After knight f6, he now swung in with knight to b5. The normal way to defend against the fork is knight a6. In our game, black played knight d5, both attacking the bishop and covering the c7 square. We'll come back to that in a minute. After knight a6, white has the very nice d takes c5, exposing queen on queen, and securing the 3-2 queenside majority. After bishop c5, we exchange queens, and after king takes, rook d1 check. Notice we don't castle, as our f2 point would be weak. We'll see why in a minute. Now if bishop d7, simply knight d6, bishop d6, and bishop d6, and you can see if we were castled, knight e4 would allow black to recoup one of the bishops. As it is, this bishop on d6 stands tall and proud, and is virtually unassailable by the black team. If knight e4, maybe bishop back to a3, followed by f3. White has a clear advantage. 3-2 queenside majority, bishop pair, d-file. Going back after rook to d1, king e7, we then play b4, tapping his bishop and getting our queenside pawns in motion. After bishop b6, bishop d6 check, king e8, and now there's a few ways to nurse white's advantage here. One would be to play knight h3 with a clear plus. Plan is simply develop bishop e2 to f3, pressure on the queen side, and continue on. Another plan after king e8 would be c4, and then meeting bishop d7 with c5. After bishop d8, simply a3 tidies up shop on the queen side. Black has his work cut out for him. This is probably a bit more aggressive. I'm not sure that I would be in such a big rush to give away the d5 square. In our game, after knight b5, black played knight d5. As we said, protecting c7, attacking our bishop on f4. And now, very nice idea. Very useful to keep in mind. Simple bishop takes b8, the overloaded rook has to recapture, and then knight takes a7. Doesn't seem like much, but it's a valuable pawn. In the game, black played queen b6. After bishop d7, knight b5, bishop e7, knight f3, white basically has a solid extra pawn. We'll play pawn to a4, and not only do you have an extra pawn, you have complete control of the b5 square. In the game, after knight takes a7, queen b6, white went in for queen a4 check. Bishop b5 check might have been a touch more accurate, but queen a4 check was still quite strong. After bishop d7, now bishop b5. Poor bishop on d7 is simply getting overpowered. Black played rook a8. Of course, if rook d8, simply knight f3 threatens to power into e5. After rook a8, bishop d7 check. Black now has awkward choices. In the game, he played king d8. But if he steps up with king e7, he unfortunately is on a fork square. After knight check, rook takes, bishop takes. The hoped-for counterplay with queen b2 falls a bit short after the simple defensive move, queen d1. This threatens rook b1, among other things. After knight takes c3, you have the nice defensive technique, queen c1. Trying to keep the queens on the board would be met with queen g5 check, f6, and queen takes c5 check with an easily won endgame. After the trade of queens, we will scoop the pawn on b7, we will have an outside motor, and we are the exchange up. After bishop d7, though, black went king b8. This falls to bishop e8. Threatens a simple queen d7 mate. How many Sicilians have you had where after 13 moves you threaten mate in one, and you're already a pawn up to boot? After knight f6, now knight c6 discovered check on the king, and after b takes c6, queen takes on a8 check, king c7, and the simplest here. When you're material ahead, you liquidate. Queen takes check, queen takes, bishop takes, king takes, and simple knight f3. Black, being the exchange and 2 pawns down, quite rightly resigned. A quick knockout in 18 moves by the Grand Maestro Evgeny Sveshnikov. But let's take a look at the opening. The early e6 he considers premature, blocking in the bishop on c8. And knight a3 was one of the first games to exploit this. With queen d8, now bishop f4, posting up on our favorite diagonal, and after knight f6, knight b5, Knight d5 was very niftily met with bishop takes a8, rook takes, and knight takes a7, scoring a very valuable pawn. White has a clear plus. Huge opening success. Knight a3, bishop f4, and the idea of bishop takes b8, very worth remembering. Our next game in the e6 setups for black with the early knight a3 features Grandmaster Drazen Cermak, absolute specialist in attacking with the c3 Sicilian. In this game, Sudan 2004, he's playing Grandmaster Milan Vukic. e4, c5, c3, d5, ed5, queen d5, d4, and the early e6. As mentioned, e6 blocks in the bishop on c8. Knight a3, again exploiting the queen side. After bishop d7, the idea is to cover the b5 square bit, and knight b5. Black now gives up the bishop, and after bishop takes check, knight c6 is now threatening to capture on d4 possibly, or to capture on g2. White develops with knight f3, and after c takes d4, the queen is now exposed on the bishop on b5. White captures the knight with check, and after queen takes, note that if pawn takes, queen takes d4 is a slight edge for white, simplified but better pawn structure, split queenside pawns for black. After bishop takes c6, queen takes, white could just play queen takes d4, but in an inspired moment he played knight takes d4. And this is probably the first game we've seen where white sacrificed the g2 pawn in order to gain control of the diagonal. Let's see how it works out. Queen takes g2, queen a4 check. Not too much left to defend with on that diagonal, so he has to play king up, and now the quiet rook f1, offering a second pawn, king f6. Well, kind of a hard move to expect, but black definitely has problems with his king and the loose nature of his position. White's just 2 moves away from completing the mobilization of his forces, and then it's going to be an all-out attack on the black king. Let's take a look at some sample variations. Natural move would be knight f6. You figure black needs to get developed. Well, bishop e3, then if knight d5 castles, and Fritz already considers that white is actually a pawn up and not a pawn down. After rook f1, if queen takes h2, you have the very nice shot bishop g5 check. What this does is it forces him to put something on f6 and cuts off his escape route. After f6, for example, with the pawn, queen b4 check, king e8. Note that queen d6 allows queen b7 check. After king e8, queen b5 check. Here, if king d8 just simply castles, and you can see everyone's joining the party on the white side. After queen b5 check, king f7, queen takes b7 check. Knight e7, and you simply grab the rook in the corner. So going back after rook f1, Vukic gave it some thought and decided to try and flee with his king over to the king side. White played bishop e3, just getting ready to castle, and after bishop d6, did in fact castle. Instead of bishop d6, suppose black had tried centralizing his queen again. Well, castles, h6, and rook at fd1 would still leave black in a difficult position. Actually quite lost. After bishop e3, bishop d6, castles, and now black grabbed the pawn on h2. Well, why would he grab a second pawn when he's so far behind in development? His main goal was actually to keep the white rooks off of g1, after which his king would really be in severe danger. But let's take a look. Instead of bishop h2, let's say he played queen e4. Grab your cup of coffee, your tea, your popcorn, or whatever it is that you want to have when you watch these DVDs. This is a fantastic lesson in attacking play. Bishop to g5 check, double exclamation point. First off, if king takes, you have knight e6 check, exposing on the queen. After queen takes e6, rook g1 check. Now if king f6, queen h4 check, king e5, rook g5 check, f5, and queen d4 mate. So going back after king h5, if rook d5 check. Again, a little deflection. If queen d5, queen g4, king h6, queen g7, very important to pluck that g-pawn as we'll see in a minute, king h5, queen g4 check, king h6, queen h3 check, a little triangulation here, queen h5, queen e3 check, bishop f4, queen f4 check, and now we can see why it was so important to pluck that g-pawn. He doesn't have it to interpose. Queen g5 and queen g5 mate. So going back, after king h5 and the beautiful rook d5 deflection motif, suppose he interposes the bishop with bishop e5. Then queen d1 check, king h4, rook takes e5, deflection yet again. Obviously, queen e5, queen g4 mate. Therefore, he checks, and after king c2 plays knight f6, presumably guarding against rook e4 check and queen g4 mate. But a little more deflection, rook e4 check. Again, knight e4, queen g4 mate. So after rook e4 check, king h3, queen f3 check, king h2, and rook h1 mate. Absolutely fabulous attacking play from Grandmaster Cermak. Let's go back one more time. Instead of bishop h2, suppose after queen e4, bishop g5 check, he'd try to slide over with king g6. Well, then we see the point of why in the game black took the pawn on h2, because the white rooks start to make the most of the open g-file. After bishop h2, f3, giving the queen a little love tap, b5, returning the complement and attacking the white queen, queen takes b5, and the point of b5 is to play queen d5, trying to trade queens with tempo. Remember, black's a piece up. He's just trying to survive. He's also got a rook under attack here. And now, the fabulous finish. Bishop to d8, discovered check. Bishop takes g1, rook takes g1, king h6, and believe it or not, you actually trade queens. Because after e takes d5, you have knight f5 check, king h5, and rook g5 mate. Just absolutely exquisite attacking play by white. So after bishop takes h2, now the stunning knight f3, and this is the actual game continuation. Knight f3 is an absolute multi-purpose attacking move. It vacates the rank so the queen can come across. It prepares bishop to g5 check. It also prepares the possibility of scooping this bishop. Black in the game played h6, trying to keep the white pieces off of the g5 square. However, let's see if queen takes, queen h4 check. Here, of course, king g6, queen g5 is mate, and likewise, if g5, queen takes g5 is mate. So after queen h4 check, king e5, but queen g5 check, and it's just a question of how black wants to go down in flames. If queen f5, f4, bishop f4, king e4, queen g2 is mate. Again on queen f5, f4, king e4, queen g2, king e3, and queen f3 is not too much different at all. The nicest variation is f5. Then we see a little triangulation. Queen g7 check, knight f6, again king e4, rook d4 mate. And after knight f6, queen c7 check, king e4, rook d4 mate. I very much like this triangulation type maneuver. So in the game after knight f3, Vukic, playing black, played h6, hoping to slide over with his king to h7 and also trying to keep some pieces off of g5. Queen d4 check, and black resigned. What's going on? Well, king e7. I guess the very first point, though, is that king g6, knight check. And after queen d4 check, king e7, queen d7 check, king f6. Note that king f8 is met very nicely with bishop c5 check, knight e7, queen d8 check, rook d8, and rook d8 back rank mate. Going back after queen d7 check, king f6, now the powerful bishop d4 check. What can he do? King g6 runs into knight h4, king f5 runs into knight h4, in both cases knight forks, winning the queen, and after bishop d4 check, e5, queen d6 check, again the same issue, knight f5, knight h4 check. Therefore, after queen d4 check, black appropriately resigned. Let's take a quick look at this beautiful attacking masterpiece and the opening that brought it about. After e6, black played the early knight a3, which we highly recommend. After bishop d7, knight b5, he took the knight off, and after bishop b5 check, interposed his knight. Black is now attacking the pawn on d4 and the pawn on g2. White played the very natural knight f3, and after c takes d4, exposed an attack on the bishop. After bishop takes c6, queen takes c6, knight takes d4, and this is the first game we know of where white sacrificed the g2 pawn in this type of position. And after queen g2, he now took control of the vital a4, e8 diagonal. After king e7, the quiet rook f1. Fritz considers white already has tremendous compensation. In fact, Fritz actually thinks white has close to a winning game. After king f6, the simple bishop e3, followed by castles, and it was on. The next two games we will look at with the early e6, knight a3 ideas are attacking classic masterpieces that won Evgeny Sveshnikov many fans. The first one is against Andrei Sokolov in Russia, 1983. After e4, c6, c3, d5, dd, queen takes, d4, e6, knight f3, knight f6, and now the early knight a3. Probably the best is for black to just retreat immediately with the queen back to d8. In this game, black played bishop e7. And now, after knight b5, the threat is to fork on c7. After knight a6, c4, attacking the black queen. Again, queen d8 would be highly recommended, but instead, Sokolov went in for queen e4 check. And after bishop e2, c takes d4. Here, rather than the automatic recapture on d4 and allow some bishop b4 check or whatever, Sveshnikov castled, and after castled, bishop d3. Now again, preferable would be queen back to c6. But, living life on the edge, Sokolov played queen g4. And now, a very precise move, rook e1. What's the point? Well, the point is, white now threatens h3, queen h5, and bam, rook e5 trapping the queen. Note, if black had a knight that could come out to c6, natural developing square, this wouldn't be a big deal. As a result of this threat of h3 and rook e5, black is forced to undevelop. So his bishop covers the key g5 square, and his queen doesn't get trapped. However, as usual in chess, one problem leads to another. The knight, having to cover, blocks in the bishop. And now here Sveshnikov had intended to play bishop h7 check, king h7, and then notice that on knight g5, black could play queen g5, bishop g5, and have three pieces for the queen after queen check and bishop h6. Nonetheless, the evaluation after knight d4, knight f6, queen f3 is that white probably is still better. He's got a queen and a pawn, which is 10, for three pieces, which is 9. Plus, black still has issues completing his development, whereas white is fully mobilized. Objectively, that was probably the best. In the game, though, after knight d7, Sveshnikov played bishop e2, still trying to profit from the queen up on g4. After queen g6, knight fd4, and rook d8. Again, black still does have some issues getting all of his pieces developed and unjumbled. And here, in a moment of inspiration, Sveshnikov played bishop h5. This is a very unusual angle to come at the black position from. After queen f6, black could already consider the sacrifice bishop takes f7. The idea is that if king f7, knight e6, sacrificing the queen here doesn't work, because even though you get a lot of pieces for it, your king is very exposed. After bishop g5, king g6, and bishop e7, white recoups a piece with a completely winning game. But what Sveshnikov was concerned about was taking on f7 and then queen takes. However, it looks like after knight e6, rook e8, knight c7, knight c7, knight c7, and knight f6, that after knight e8, bishop g4, queen b3, rook a8, and queen b7, white probably is still for choice. But in the game, Sveshnikov was completely inspired, and after queen f6, he now sacrifices the teammate bishop to complete his development and mobilize his forces. Also, his idea is he wants to pull the queen off of the f7 square. Well, the queen is trapped, doesn't have much choice. She has to accept, and then bishop f7 check. Well, first off, declining is not an option because knight e6, queen f6, knight d8 snags a whole rook. And notice that bishop d8 allows rook e8 check, knight f8, and rook takes f8, back rank mate. So after the beautiful, inspired bishop g5, queen g5, bishop takes f7 check. Has to take with the king, and then knight e6, forking the queen and the exchange on d8. In the game, black played the best move, queen d6. Let's see what happens if he plays queen f6. You then play knight takes d8, and on bishop d8, you have knight d6 check. On king g8, queen d5 check, and of course, this leads to a quick debacle. Check, 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 double check, and mate. And of course, king f8, rook e8 mate. So therefore, after knight d6 check, king g6 is necessary, and then queen d3 check. King h6, queen h3 check, king g6, and the kind of move I like, the nice quiet move. This threatens simply queen h5 mate. So after g4, queen h4 is necessary. Note that queen d6 allows queen h5 check, king over, and then queen f5 mate. After g4, queen h4, you then diagonalate. Queen d3 check, king g5, queen f5 check, king h6, and knight f7 mate. These variations really show the superb teamwork among the white pieces. It also shows that all these black pieces over here aren't doing much to help out. After knight e6, Sokolov played the best defensive move, queen g6. Now here, white should play knight takes d8 check. After bishop d8, queen d5, king f8, and then rook e3 was suggested by Grandmaster Efim Geller. Geller was very well noted, one for his opening preparation and two for superb attacking play. The point here is that queen f7, trying to offer a queen trade, is met by the gorgeous knight d6. And after queen d5, rook e8 mate. Instead, a game this complicated, it's hard to play the perfect move every time. Queen d5 was played. And after knight f6 with a double attack on the queen, knight d8 double check, king f8. And now the situation's a bit complicated. White's best is knight e6, bishop e6, queen e6, and after rook e8, white has a slight edge. Basically a rook and two pawns for two pieces, but black's solved the worst of his problems. In the game after king f8, Sveshnikov played queen e5. Now black played bishop to c5. Note that bishop d8 runs into queen d6 check. So after queen e5, bishop c5, now knight d4. Black played king g8 and knight 8 to e6. Bishop takes, queen takes, and king in the corner. White now played knight b3, trying to get rid of this dangerous bishop that's biting in on f2. Black played h6, and on rook e5, black played the very dynamic bishop takes f2 check. Dynamic but dubious. Bishop to b6 would be equal. After bishop f2 check, king f2, rook e8, queen f5, offering to trade queens, and now knight g4 check. And suddenly it looks like white's in trouble. If king g1, knight e5, the old check and protect clause. The queen on g6 is now guarded. Black is a piece ahead. White is losing. But after knight g4 check, Sveshnikov wasn't done. He played queen takes g4. Queen on queen, rook on rook. Rook f8 check, simply king g3 should suffice. So now, after queen g4, rook e8 check, king h1, king g1, we now have a material imbalance where white has two rooks and a pawn for a queen. After knight b4, it's now a matter of mobilizing the rooks. Rook at a to e1, black comes hopping in, should recoup the pawn on c4 with queen c4 with about an equal game, but instead he comes in still ever optimistic, hoping to coordinate knight and queen against the white king. After rook at a to e4, queen g6, and rook up to e2, black snaps the b pawn because the rook on e4 needs protection. However, h3, and suddenly white threatens to play rook g4, followed by scooping the knight possibly. After knight e1, rook d4. After knight c3, rook e7. Suddenly we see the white rooks are starting to assert themselves at targets in the black camp. Meanwhile, this knight is just kind of wandering around doing something. Queen f5, rook g4 anyway, pincering in on the g pawn. Note, it would have been wrong to play rook to the 7th. Normally you would double rooks on the 7th at the first opportunity, but here you'd be walking into knight e2 check. If you take on e2, you leave the other rook unprotected, and after knight e2 check, king h2, queen f4 check, king back, queen check, king up, and queen g1 mate would be a sad turn of events. But after rook g4, the proper pincer sets in, and black's going to lose his g7 point. After queen f6, white goes ahead and grabs another pawn. Looking ahead to the knight ending, good to have a few extra pawns in your pocket. After knight e2 check, king h2, queen e5 check, you simply block with g3, and now black played h5, trying to create a little error. And here, after rook at b takes g7, black resigned. Why? Because if king h8, king h6, of course, rook g6 mate right away, and if king h8, you have rook check, king up, and then rook to g5. Threatening rook takes pawn on h5 and threatening the queen. When the queen drops back to defend the h5 square, you go ahead and take it off anyway because you then have the pin. And after queen h4, gh4, white has the basic 3 pawns up in the knight ending. Therefore, after rook takes, black resigned. Let's take a quick look at the opening of this absolute amazing attacking masterpiece. Black played the early knight e6. As mentioned, we're not big fans of this move because it blocks in the black bishop on c8. After knight f3, knight f6, white played the early knight a3. Incidentally, on e6 on the 4th move, Sveshnikov now considers knight a3 right away to be the most accurate. In this game, though, he played knight a3 on the 6th move, and after bishop e7, knight to b5, knight a6, kicked the queen with c4. After queen e4, bishop e2, cd4, he castled, and then bishop d3. At this point, black should console himself with queen c6. But instead, queen g4, the very accurate rook e1, started to create problems for the queen. The threat was simply h3, queen h5, and rook e5. Here, black had to play the undevelopment move, and bishop h7 check would win the queen for 3 pieces. But after knight d7, bishop e2, queen g6, knight takes, rook takes, and bishop h5. Queen g6, and then the first of 2 bishop sacrifices. Bishop g5, queen g5, bishop takes f7 check, led to this absolutely incredible attacking game, followed by knight e6. Again, one of the classic attacking games that made Sveshnikov very famous for the c3 Sicilian. The next attacking Sveshnikov game we will look at is from Russia, 1983, against Oleg Karpashov. This, of course, was early in his career. e4, c5, c3, d5, ed5, queen d5, d4, e6. Again, e6, blocking in the bishop on c8. Knight f3, knight f6, knight a3, and queen d8. Probably a good idea. Get the queen back and try to exploit this knight being on the edge of the board. Here, at this time, he played knight back. Later, he discovered bishop e3 is a good idea, threatening to capture, and if cd4, knight d4, bishop a3 can very nicely be met with queen a4 check. After bishop d7, queen a3, white has a clear advantage. Bishop pair cutting diagonal from a3 to f8. Black has problems castling. We'll probably have to play queen e7 off a trade of queens, and then we castle queenside after h3 or bishop to e2 to f3. Fantastic position for white. Queenside majority and the 2 bishops. Going back though, in the early days they thought they had to play knight back to c2. After bishop e7, bishop d3, knight b d7, castles, and again Sveshnikov puts his bishop on its favorite diagonal. After b6, queen e2, bishop b7, rook at a to d1. Very easy system to play. You just bring all your pieces to the center of the board. And now black goes a bit astray. Knight h5. This knight on the rim is also unprotected. Bishop back to c1, bishop e3, worth considering, but bishop back to c1. And on queen c7 we see black's idea. He wants to pop into f4 and try and force white to give up a bishop. But first things first, knight e5 cuts the communication of the queen with the f4 square and exposes the white queen on the knight. When black tries to simply exchange on e5, well, pawn takes might be met by queen c6, but first things first. Bishop takes h7 check, and after king h7, queen h5 check, and after king g8, d takes e5, white is netted an extra h-pawn. After rook at a to d8, as often happens when players win material, they get a little careless. Sveshnikov played rook at d to e1, wanting to preserve the pawn on e5, but he points out that if queen e2, black has very nice activity with queen c6. f3, blunting this bishop, but then queen a4. And the dual threat of bishop a6 and the threat to the pawn on a2 give black very good compensation. For example, after knight a3, c4 is rather awkward. Probably have to play something like queen takes c4, he can trade, he can play bishop a6, white gets an ugly queenside pawn structure. The correct play would have been rook at f to e1, and then on queen c6 threatening mate on g2 would be queen back to g4, protecting the mate and preventing the invasion with the annoying queen a4. But after rook at d to e1, bishop a6, the excitement picks up. Obviously the rook on f1 is trapped. Sveshnikov was relying on queen g4, the counterattack. Point is, he has a powerful threat of bishop h6. In fact, if bishop f1, bishop h6 threatens mate, after g6, you recoup the exchange, and after king takes, king f1, simplification, extra pawn, it's all good. After queen g4, though, black had other ideas. Bishop to d3, activating his bishop pair. And after bishop h6, bishop back to g6, masking off the attack on the g7 square. White now played h4. And here black erred with king h8. But if he plays bishop h4, queen h4, and then tries to grab with bishop c2, rook e3 offers white a fairly powerful attack. Note that instead of bishop c2, if he takes on h6, queen takes, and then on bishop takes c2, rook e3 threatens simply rook over check or rook over to h3. And lateral defense with rook d3 meets the step up with rook e4. If black tries to repeat the idea with rook d4, he runs into the ladder. Check, 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 protecting the rook, and after king h8, c takes d4. This will leave white with extra pawn and black with an exposed king after bishop takes, queen takes. But in the game, after h4, black played king h8. Now, bishop takes g7 check, pulls the black king back out in the open. After king g7, h5, rook h8, and now h takes g6. And here, after rook h4, Sveshnikov played a very precise move. He played queen f3. It's obvious black wants to double rooks and administer mate with rook h1 check. So here, queen f3 threw in the threat of queen takes f7, and black was forced to capture on g6, and then g3, gaining a little time, a little air. After rook h5, knight to e3. Sveshnikov is willing to let the pawn on e5 go in order to attack and have squares for his pieces. Black plays rook f8, and queen comes in, and then rook f8. White now plays knight to g4, protecting his pawn and covering the h2 square. The knight on g4 is virtually unassailable. Notice that in this position white has use of the light squares e4, g4, Black should now play c4. And after queen e4, rook check, simply king g2 with a winning advantage for white. After all, he's a solid pawn up, and the black structure here has been damaged. But after knight g4, black gave up the 2 rooks for the queen, takes, king takes, and then queen d7, hoping to activate his queen with queen d5 check. Knight e3 covered the d5 square, and then queen d2 penetrated. After rook d1, queen takes b2, suddenly the black queen is very active. However, so is the white rook, pinning the bishop. King f8, and now king g2, preparing to mobilize the second rook via the h-file. After queen takes c3, rook h1, black's doing quite okay on the material count after queen e5. He's now got, a queen and 2 pawns for 2 rooks. However, these are now 2 rooks coordinated on the 7th rank. After bishop f6, rook a7, 1 pawn comes back home, and we see the black king is boxed in on the back rank. After king g8, rook at h to b7, and suddenly rook a8 check threatens a back rank mate. We see the power of the 2 rooks along the 7th rank. Bishop back to d8, and now not rook a8 pinning because of queen e4 forking, but instead rook to d7, squeezing the bishop. After queen b8, the knight swings into action on g4 and will combine with knight h6 to start up the mating attack. In fact, black resigned. For example, if c4, rook check, king f8, rook check, king e8, and knight h6. After the token queen a8 check, king h2, and next on the agenda will be rook g8 mate. Again, a very nice game where Sveshnikov basically just centralized all his pieces, and after the erroneous knight h5, bishop back, queen c7, started the attack with knight e5. Knight takes e5 was met by bishop h7 check, king h7, queen h5, king back, and d takes e5. The black king side has been weakened, white has netted a pawn. The 2 bishops should be insufficient compensation in this situation. The next game we will look at, with the early knight a3 against the e6 by black, is from the super grandmaster and world-renowned theorist Sergei Tivyakov, playing white in Vienna 2009 against Salko Bulhabasic. So Tivyakov plays e4, c5, c3, d5, takes on d5, queen takes, and after d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, goes for the knight a3, and then on queen d8, immediately retreats the knight back to c2. Now, of course, he could have gone for bishop e3, takes, knight takes, and if bishop a3, he has queen a4 check, bishop d7, and queen a3. But instead, he played knight back to c2, the same as Sveshnikov had played before, and on knight c6, simply builds up in the center with bishop d3. After bishop e7, castles, castles, queen e2, queen c7, he now takes on c5. After bishop c5, he plays bishop g5, threatening to disrupt the black king side. Now, black's best course of action probably is to play knight d5, but then white could play queen e4, and on f5, maybe queen c4 might offer some chance for advantage. After bishop e7, white played knight at c to d4, looking to exchange the knight, and after knight d4, knight d4, black played a6 to keep the white pieces off the b5 square, and now rook at f to e1. Very important to study how Tivyakov plays here. He controls the e5 square. If black can't get his center pawns going, he could just suffer, as we will see in this game. After rook e8, rook at a to d1. Like we said, the c3 Sicilian is really a pretty easy opening to play. Even if you don't know an exact variation, you just bring all your pieces to the center of the board and good things should happen. After bishop d7, queen f3. Very nice. Now the position is very unpleasant for black, as e5 can be met by knight f5. Also note that with queen f3, he keeps the knight on d4. The knight on d4 covers b5, c6, keeps the black bishop off of c6, and on e5 can go to f5. Really makes life very unpleasant for black. After rook at a to c8, he now backs up the bishop to open up the D file. After rook at c to d8, we can see black doesn't seem to have a clear plan, but white prepares doubling rooks. After bishop c8, probably better was h6. But after bishop c8, rook at d to e2, and now white's firmly in control of the e5 square. After h6, he backs up to h4, and on knight d5, black offers the exchange of bishops. But of course, in a cramped position, there's no need to exchange. Instead, bishop back to g3. Black plays queen to b6. Note, bishop d6 trying to pursue the exchange of dark squared bishops could be met by queen d3. Then you have to go knight back to f6. And then white might consider playing bishop back to h4, sacrificing the pawn. In the game, after bishop g3, black played queen b6. White now played queen d3 and lined up the bishop-queen battery against h7. In fact, this does threaten mate in 2. The knight dropped back to defend, incidentally pinning the white knight, and now the bishop took up residence on e5. Very powerful centralized bishop, and the two bishops are aimed at the black king. Black played king f8. Note that g6, we see superior mobility as the queen shifts back to the king side and threatens to just bonsai in on g6 with bishop takes g6. After bishop e5, as we said, black moved his king toward the center to get away from this type of mate with queen h7 to h8, and now a little quiet move, h3. As Sveshnikov points out, this type of move is very strong psychologically, as white just basically strengthens his position and offers black a chance to make a mistake. And, as Tartakower said, the mistakes are all there waiting to be made. Black in fact played rook d5. More prudent would be bishop to d7. We could build a position for white with maybe a3, and then if rook c8, c4. Once you got him tied up like this, getting the queen side rolling to give him more problems is usually a good idea. But back to the game after h3, black rewarded white's patience with rook d5. And now white could pull the trigger with bishop f6, and knight takes e6 check. How does that work? The e6 square is covered multiple times. The point is that if you take with a rook, then the rook on d5 is not defended. And the next point is, if you take with a pawn, for example, or bishop takes, queen takes d5, e5, rook e8 check, king f7, and rook c8. You now have two rooks for the queen. And note that queen takes b2 runs into rook c7 check, king f8, bishop g6, and black is going to be very hard pressed to prevent rook e8 mate or rook c8 leading to mate. But instead, after rook d5, white missed that opportunity and just played another quiet move, queen f3. This gave black a chance to ease his pressure a bit with the exchange sack, rook e5, queen b2, and basically anything to break out of that kind of nasty bind for black. After rook at 5 to e2, white had a big advantage. Basically, black only has one piece and a pawn for the rook. However, he does have the bishop pair, so it offers him some chances of saving the game, and certainly it was his most practical choice. So after white won the exchange, we skip ahead to move 35. After queen takes e4, black erroneously tried to collect a pawn with bishop takes c3. Now, if he's successful, this would give him a bishop and two pawns, full compensation for the exchange. Unfortunately, the pin was quite strong. And only now did he realize that b4 would run into queen takes b4 check. So in the game, after rook c1, he played f5, attacking the white queen. But queen back to b1. And after b4, queen takes b4 check. Bishop b4, and rook takes c7. From white's point of view, very welcome liquidation, and he has a rook penetrating to the 7th rank. After a5, a3, bishop d6, rook d7, bishop f4, the other rook comes around to visit the 7th rank. After rook e7, rook at b to b7, bishop d6, a little trick, rook takes e7, bishop e7, and a4, locking the pawn up on the color of his bishop. After g5, black compounds his problems by weakening the 7th rank. All white has to do is bring his king up. After g4, rook a7, black resigned. Well, after bishop b4, king e2, it's a pretty simple technical task for white. He simply trots up the board with his king, puts his pawn on a light square, and eventually he starts to create threats, either against the e6 pawn, the h6 pawn, or against the black king. A very nice example of positional play creating a huge bind. Probably a little bit of a mistake allowing that exchange sacrifice that broke the bind, but overall a nice performance by Sergei Tivyakov. The next game we will look at, we see C3 specialist Grandmaster Drazen Cermak just absolutely destroy Super Grandmaster GM Ulf Andersson of Sweden. And this happened in Tilburg, 1994. e4, c5, c3, d5, takes, queen takes, d4, e6, knight f3, knight f6, and knight a3. After knight c6, knight to b5, queen d8, d takes c5, bishop c8, bishop takes c5, and queen d8 check. And the amazing thing about this game, as Sveshnikov relates, is that Ulf Andersson himself was known as a superb in-game player. For example, early in his career, he won queen and a-pawn against queen. It wasn't until much later, when computer programs were developed, that those endings were properly analyzed. After king d8, bishop to f4. On the other hand, in this endgame that Andersson has walked into, white does have a growing initiative. After knight d5, to prevent the penetration to c7, white castles. And after king e7, drops his bishop back to g3 to protect the bishop and the f2 pawn. Black plays a6, and after knight d4, exchanges a pair of knights and plays rook d8. So it seems like things are pretty much okay for black. His king is in the center, he's developing his pieces, it doesn't seem so bad. But after bishop e2, bishop d3, and bishop f3, black begins to experience a little bit of discomfort. This is the usual kind of pressure that we saw in our study on the queenside majority. The knight on d5 is threatened, the pawn on b7 is under observation, the bishop on f3 is a very powerful post in these endgames. After bishop a4, white just simply played rook up to d2, not weakening himself. And after rook d7, rook e1, rook at a to d8, it seemed like black is doing quite okay. In fact, he actually looks a bit more coordinated because his rooks are actually doubled on the file, whereas the white rooks are disjointed. However, tactics engage, and bishop h4 check shows that the rook on d8 is actually vulnerable. If f6, the e6 square is hanging. So after bishop h4 check, black had to acquiesce to knight f6. And now, a surprising tactical shot. Bishop takes b7. The point being that rook takes b7, you have knight f5 check. So we'll come back. Instead of rook b7, as happened in the game, suppose black tries to capture on d4. Well then rook d4, pawn takes, and rook takes, attacks the bishop, but you give up the bishop with tempo, and after king takes, simply bishop a6, completely winning endgame, two connected passed queenside pawns. Need I say more? After bishop b7, you could just try saving the pawn, but basically you're pawn down. And white could press his advantage by taking advantage of the pin with rook e4. Now, if rook b7, you have knight f5 check, king e8, knight g7 check, king e7, rook takes, king takes, and bishop f6 check, followed by scarfing the bishop on a4. And after rook e4, if bishop d4, you simply take with the e rook, forcing the exchange, and after rook takes, pawn takes, pair of bishops, 2-to-1 queenside advantage, completely winning. So this bishop takes b7 was basically a tremendous shot. After rook takes b7, knight f5 check, king e8, keeping close to the rook, knight g7 check, king f7, and king f8, and knight takes e6 check. This is the best black could hope for. After fe6, rook d8, white now has a winning material advantage. He basically has a rook and 3 pawns for a bishop and a knight. After king f7, rook c8, and bishop d6, bishop g3, white wishes to exchange pieces, but in particular, if he can exchange a pair of bishops, it would give his rook safe squares to travel on. After bishop e7, b3, bishop d7, rook c7, exchanging a pair of rooks is also good. That reduces black's hopes for counterplay. After rook c7, bishop c7, we can see white has completely winning position. After bishop c6, f3, knight d5, bishop e5, bishop check, and then pawn to f4. The pawn is immune because if bishop f4, bishop takes, knight takes, and the pin. e5 is now met by g3, bishop g2 by rook f2, and the knight on f4 will fall. After f4, bishop back to e7, g3, h5, king c2, bishop c5, king d3, knight e7, b4, and bishop f2, rook e2, bishop back to b6, c4. White had an overwhelming advantage, rook and 3 pawns against bishop and knight, and black in fact resigned on move 48. So let's do a quick recap. How is this possible for super grandmaster Ulf Andersson, considered one of the most solid players in the world for decades, to lose in an endgame, also considered to be his specialty? Well, after knight a3, knight c6, knight b5, he dropped back with his queen, and d takes c5, white invited the endgame. Of course, if black trades on d1 after king takes, he doesn't have time to recapture on c5 because of the knight fork on c7. And after bishop takes, queen takes, king takes, and bishop f4, white enjoys some initiative in this endgame. Knight d5, castles, king e7. It seemed that black was solving his problems, but after bishop g3, a6, trade a pair of knights, and rook d8, a quiet bishop e2, bishop d7, and then bishop f3. Black was still under pressure, and then the key moment was after bishop a4, rook d7, rook doubling rooks, bishop h4 check, very important move, and on knight f6, the key tactical shot, bishop takes b7. Basically gave white a technically winning game. A few years after Cermak destroyed Ulf Andersson in 1994 Tilburg tournament, another player repeated the variation with black against Grandmaster Duško Pavasevic. The player playing black was Mohamed Al-Modiaki, and this happened in Cannes, 1997. After e4, c5, c3, d5, ed, queen takes, d4, knight f6, knight f3, and e6. As we mentioned, e6 blocking in the bishop might not be the best. Knight a3, knight c6, knight d5, queen d7. Now, they actually reached the position by transposition. If you remember, Andersson actually played queen back to d8. The result winds up being the same. d takes c5, bishop c5, and now queen takes d7 check. King takes d7, and bishop f4, threatening to penetrate to the c7 square, and on knight d5, castles, king e7. By transposition, we reach the same position. The bishop on f4 and the pawn on f2 are both threatened. Simply bishop to g3, covering the pawn with the bishop, and after a6, knight at b to d4, knight takes, rook d8, and bishop e2, bishop d7, and bishop f3. And amazingly enough, after bishop a4, rook d2, we have exactly the same position from the Ulf Andersson game. Now Andersson played rook d7, preparing to double rooks. Black has some preparation in mind and plays rook to c8, hoping to create tactical opportunities against the white king on the c-file. And here, white played very alertly. Bishop h4 check. Again, as we saw in the previous game, exploiting the rook on d8. This forces white to interpose. In this game, he played g5. Why? Well, if f6, white has the shot knight takes e6, king e6, and rook e1 check, simply trying to pry the king away from the defense of the knight on d5. If black tries to confuse the issue with knight to e3, for example, then bishop g4 check, and we see the skewer in action after king f7, bishop c8, rook c8, f takes e3, white is the exchange, and pawn ahead. So after the unpleasant bishop h4 check, black played g5. But now on bishop g5, black played f6. And here, I imagine he was expecting the bishop to move. For example, bishop h4, knight takes c3, and suddenly it's black's turn at bat. After bc3, simply bishop d4, and now we see the point of rook at a to c8. The c-pawn is pinned, black recovers his piece, and will win the pawn on c3, expose the white king. Very clever planning by the black player. However, after f6, he probably did not anticipate rook e1. This powerful move, played by Kovacevic, suddenly highlights the weakness of the e6 square. Now, f takes g5, again is met with knight takes e6, and suddenly the black position is simply in shambles. So in the game, after rook e1, black had to dig in and play bishop takes on d4. Rook takes d4, and now he tried to complicate the situation with knight takes c3. A very clever tactical shot, but unfortunately, simply rook takes d8. After knight takes a2 double check, king to b1. After rook d8, if we take the knight, he can take our bishop. However, bishop e3. And this is very nice. The point being, the knight on a2 is stranded, bishop b3 to protect it was played in the game, but the key point here is that if knight b4, bishop c5 check, dicing and splicing the black knight. So after bishop e3, bishop to b3, suddenly the black knight is stranded over here on a2. Now we watch the bishop pair in action. Bishop c5 check anyway. After king f7, rook e3, attacking the bishop, which again is charged with defending the knight. Bishop d5, cleverly pointing out that if you trade, he will gain a tempo on yours. However, white has other plans. Bishop check, king g7, rook g3 check, and black resigned. Why? Because of king h8, bishop e7. Simply threatens the rook and threatens mate. If king h6, the simple retreat, bishop e2. And then, on pretty much any other move besides bishop e4 check, it's going to be bishop e3 mate. Clever preparation by black, but after knight a3, knight c6, knight b5, the retreat queen d7 wound up transposing. After d takes c5, bishop takes c5, queen d7, king d7, bishop f4. Again, white still has some initiative in this endgame. Well, actually it's a queenless middle game because the rest of the pieces are on the board. After knight d5 castles, black still has problems. After king e7, bishop g3, a6, knight takes, knight takes, knight takes, rook over, the quiet maneuver, bishop e2 to f3. This is important to remember. Now, of course, here, after bishop a4, rook d2, rook at a to c8, very important, bishop h4 check, and on g5, took the pawn, and on f6, does not allow the knight c3 combination, but instead hits him first with rook e1. Very powerful display by Grandmaster Duško Kovacevic. And again, it shows a type of initiative that even with the queens off the board, white can get in the c3 Sicilian. The next game we're going to look at, we see what Sveshnikov describes as a premature exchange by black on d4. This duel is Michele Godina, several-time Italian champion, against Flavio Guido. This was played in Italy, 2009. e4, c5, c3, d5, e takes d5, queen takes, d4, knight f3, and now black plays c takes d4. As Sveshnikov describes, this is an overly hasty exchange which gives white good chances for the initiative. This is one of the few examples where you probably do want to take with the pawn and accept an isolated pawn. After e6, knight c3. The queen backs up, and now white plays bishop c4. White basically makes no secret of his intention whatsoever to just ram in d5 and get the initiative going. Now, a more subtle approach would be bishop d3, a3, followed by bishop c2, castles, and then bishop e7, lining up the battery, followed by bishop to g5. This attacking formation for white, with a3, bishop c2, queen d3, and bishop g5, is very dangerous in the isolated queen-pawn formation. White scored a lot of quick knockouts with this formation. But Godina plays the very direct bishop c4, and certainly has a lot to be said for this method. After bishop e7, castles, castles, simple development, bishop g5, knight c6, rook e1, and now, when black wastes a critical move with a6, he slams in with d5. But let's take a look. It was already too late for normal development with b6 because, again, d5. Knight a5, the surprising retreat, bishop to d3. After e takes d5, you have the amazing shot, knight takes d5. And how does this work? It's protected twice, but if queen d5, you have bishop takes f6, and on bishop f6, bishop h7 check, king takes, and queen d5. So let's go back and see this knight takes d5 shot again. If knight d5, you then have bishop takes e7, forking the queen and the rook, and on knight takes, you have bishop h7 check as well. So this d5 is just very powerful. So again, in the game after rook e1, black wasted a tempo with a6. Probably rook d8 needed to be played. But after a6, d5. E takes d5, knight d5, knight d5, and bishop d5. First and foremost, the threat is probably just to take on c6 and then take on e7. Black in the game played rook d5, rook d8. But notice, for example, it's too late to even exchange on g5 because, again, bishop takes f7 check, exposing queen on queen. After rook d8, probably the best was bishop e6. But then, after bishop e6, pawn takes, queen takes, bishop takes, rook takes, bishop to c5, bishop e3, bishop takes and rook takes. White is just simply a solid extra pawn ahead, has every reason to look forward to winning the endgame. In the game, though, after bishop takes d5, black played rook d8. And now, bishop takes c6. Suddenly undermines the support for the bishop on e7. Queen takes c6. Again, too late to capture because queen takes, rook takes, and rook e8 back rank mate. So going back after bishop takes c6, black played queen takes c6, hoping to gain time by attacking the white queen. However, white returns the compliment with knight d4, counterattacking the black queen. And suddenly black noticed that queen d5, bishop e7, queen d4, bishop d8, simply leaving him a rook down and threatened with mate. So after knight d4, black tried to bail out and hang on with rook takes d4. After queen d4, bishop g5, black's actually okay in the material count. He's got two bishops for only one rook. However, time is a key element in chess and king safety. Here, black is not fully developed. If his bishop was on e6, just one move, he would stand clearly better. However, rook at a to c1. This beautiful deflection sacrifice cannot be accepted because of bishop c1, queen d8, mate. next move. After rook c1, the queen has to move. In the game, he went queen to b5, and then a4, again gaining a vital tempo on the queen. And after queen d7, he hit him with the sweet shot rook c7 double exclamation point, taking the deflection to a whole new level. That's right, after queen d4, you have rook e8 mate. So after rook c7, let's do a quick recap. In a normal position, where we've seen e6 a few times, black played the premature c takes d4. After cd4, e6, knight c3, queen back, and bishop c4, white made no secret of his intention to ram in d5 and get a serious initiative. And that's exactly what happened. After both sides castled, white continued his development with bishop g5, rook e1, and when black wasted a tempo with a6, d5 just got the ball rolling. After ed5, knight takes, and bishop takes, the erroneous rook d8 was refuted by bishop takes c6. And after queen takes, knight d4 counterattacking the queen, and that led us to the beautiful finish with bishop g5, rook to c1, a4, and the final touch, rook c7. Superb masterpiece by Michel Good. In this section, C3 crunches, we will look at some opening disasters that have led to quick knockouts. Let's see, e4, c5, c3. In most cases, it's black taking it on the chin because white has a lead in development. But occasionally, if white violates the fundamental rules of chess equilibrium, he can occasionally get tagged as well. So, up to this point, we've done the really hard work. We've done the historical overview, queenside majority, developed some analytical weapons, and now it's time to have a little bit of fun. I think you will find this to be the most enjoyable section. However, since most of these games are decided by combinational blows and tactics, it's extremely important to be familiar with these themes. 1, to make sure we execute them in our own games should the opportunity arise, and 2, equally as important, to make sure we avoid falling into these type of disasters ourselves. So, to me, this of course is absolutely the most fun section, and with over 60,000 games to choose from, I hope you thoroughly enjoy this section with these specially selected little gems as much as I have. So let's get started. The first game is Grandmaster Evgeny Sveshnikov against Grandmaster Oleg Romanishin. This was in Russia, 1970, when they were both fairly young players. In fact, Romanishin later would actually be one of Karpov's trainers at a few of the training camps I was at in the 90s. And Romanishin has a very highly original style. But in this game, he runs into the C3 Sicilian maestro. After queen d4, d4, knight out, putting maximum pressure on the d-pawn. Already, Sveshnikov was playing his d takes on c5. As we mentioned, black has two choices, exchange queens or recapture the pawn. Queen takes c5, and here we see very early knight a3. After knight f6, knight f3, and now bishop d7. Sveshnikov gives us a question mark. Knight to b5 already threatens to power into c7 check. After rook c8 covering the c7 square, we now see bishop e3, and the pawn on a7 is kind of left high and dry. After queen d5, knight takes a7. Black thinks he sees a way to try and either get a little compensation or recoup his pawn, so he exchanges queens, and white actually takes with the rook. So now black goes in for knight takes, bishop takes, and rook a8, figuring to recoup the pawn on a2. White backs the bishop up to b6, and after rook takes a2, does not bother protecting the pawn on b2, which, by the way, would have probably offered him a slight positional advantage. Instead, goes in for knight e5. Well, the threat with knight e5 is pretty obvious. He wants to play knight takes d7, rook takes d7, bishop d5, simply pinning and winning. After knight e5, black grabs the pawn on b2. Appears to have recouped his pawn, leaving white with an isolated pawn, and hitting the bishop on b6. Black would actually be a pawn up if this was allowed. However, after rook a1, he had the chance to resign instead. He finally realized that rook takes b6, rook a8 check, bishop c8, and rook takes c8 mate. Typical example, undeveloped kingside. A very quick knockout in 15 moves against a future powerful grandmaster, Dina. The next c3 crunchy we're going to look at is another 15 mover from the maestro himself, Evgeny Sveshnikov, against Alexander Kadyrov. This was a bit later in his career, Russia, 1993. Let's take a look. e4, c5, c3, d6, and of course 2d6 we covered earlier in our DVDs. d4, cd, cd, a6. Well, knight c3, e6, and of course after knight f3, white has what any classical player would dream of. Bishop e7, bishop d3, h6, again another time waster and voluntarily weakening the king side. Castles, knight f6, queen e2. Typical build up, getting ready for e5. And notice, when your opponent plays something unusual, you just play good, strong, natural, classical moves. Take control of the center. Take what they give you. After castles, bam, e5. Well, black already has problems. If knight d5, one way to go is to exchange, takes, and then the subtle bishop c2. The idea there is on knight c6, you're already nailing him with queen to d3. He has problems. The other way to go on knight d5 is the immediate sacrifice. Bishop takes on h6. We saw this earlier in one of Ochotnik's games. The idea is after knight takes c3, bc3, g takes h6, you then hit him with queen e4. The battery threatens queen h7 mate. f5 is really the only defense. Just a quick note there, moving the rook doesn't really do it because queen h8, and of course that would be mate. Let's go back. So after queen e4, f5 is really the only defense, and then e takes f6, rook f6, queen h7 check, king over. Now you pop in with bishop g6. The threat, of course, is queen h8 mate, and therefore after bishop g6, black has to cough up the exchange, and after queen takes, white has a tremendous attack. The h6 pawn probably will fall shortly, and this is very good. This is one way to go. In the game, after e5, black decided to keep the knight closer to the king side with knight h7. And now, very thematic sacrifice. The hallmarks of this sacrifice are pawn on e5, bishop on d3, queen on e2. You now play bishop takes h6. The idea, of course, is that if he takes it, you pop up with queen e4, threatening mate. After f5, same like before, you take. This time he does have a knight that can take and attack our queen, but you have access to the king with queen g6, king h8, queen takes, king over, king over, and now you need a little more force. That is, more attacking units, so you send the knight up, and the king is the thing. Note that rook g8 now allows knight f7 mate. Now you want to get rid of his primary defender, so what you do is you play this knight over, keeping your active knight on g5. After queen c7, you now exchange knights, and when he takes with the bishop, quick note there, if he takes with the rook, of course, you have queen down mate, supported by the knight and bishop. After bishop takes, he's now managed to provide some lateral defense to the h7 square. However, queen h6 check attacks the king and the rook. When he tries to slide over with the king to protect the rook, you now prime away with bishop h7 check, and we can see why it's important to have this other knight as an attacking unit, because it helps support the bishop check. And after king h8, simply queen h8 mate. So, going back, after the shot, bishop takes h6, black decided to prevent the white queen from coming to e4. On the other hand, he's basically just a pawn down. Nothing fancy needed at this point, just back it up, and you have an extra pawn, and you still have fantastic attacking prospects. After knight c6, another good solid move, rook at a to d1. We've seen Sveshnikov play this a few times. Instead of what would appear to be the, quote, natural move, the only weak point in the white position is really the pawn on d4. So rook d1 prepares to give more protection in the event it's needed. Black immediately erred here with knight to g5, and after knight takes, bishop takes, queen h5, decided to call it a day. Of course, bishop takes bishop, queen down to h7, typical checkmate. Another very nice miniature from Evgeny Sveshnikov. Now this game is not only cute, but also extremely useful. This game shows a trap that has snared several victims over the years, so has very good practical applications as well. Most recently, Evgeny Sveshnikov against Vyacheslav Osnos, Russia, 1993. e4, c5, d, c3. Now d5, ed, queen takes, d4, and e6. As we mentioned, we don't really like e6, blocking in the bishop. And now the early knight a3. After c takes d4, of course the point is knight to b5. The c6-7 square is a little weak. After knight a6, now queen takes d4. Knight f6, and then bishop e3. The subtlety of bishop e3 as opposed to knight f3 we looked at a bit in the in-game section. The point is you now threaten to exchange queens and snatch that very valuable pawn down on a7. And here black played bishop c5. Note that if queen d4, bishop takes d4, attacking the pawn, attacking the knight. And I believe there in the in-game section we saw something like b6 and then a4 immediately powering in with a5 was very, very strong. After bishop e3, if bishop e7, again you can just trade, and grab that pawn. On bishop d7, simply knight f3, because if bishop b5, you retake with check, and then retreat your bishops. After bishop e3, a very natural move is bishop c5. Also attacking the queen, but also a blunder. In fact, Sveshnikov had already showed this to his all-Russian chess school as early as the 1990s, and he has snared many victims in it. The amazing response is you simply take the bishop. In this game, black retook with the queen. But if he takes with a knight, the point is you then play knight c7 check, and on king up, knight d5, and on knight d5, bishop takes c5 check, with a beautiful position. Bishop pair, queenside majority, need I say more? So after the beautiful shot, queen takes c5, which I'm sure comes as an unpleasant surprise to most opponents, queen takes c5 happened, and now bishop c5, knight c5, knight c7 check. And here's what's amazing. King e7 was Sveshnikov's opponent's choice in this game, but after knight c7, we've also seen king d8. Knight takes, bishop d7, knight f3, king c8, b4 attacking the knight, knight a4, knight to e5, threatening f7 and d7, bishop e8, pawn to c4, knight e4, bishop to d3, knight at e to c3, king d2, f6, knight back, e5, threatening a pawn fork, but bishop to f5 check, king b8, and rook at h to c1, black resigned. Now the amazing thing about this game is that it was played in 1992, and it was Andrei Karlov against Grandmaster Istvan Chom of Switzerland. This was played in Switzerland. If we remember from our history section, Chom was one of the early pioneers of the C3 Sicilian himself. So it shows how easy it is for black to walk into this trap with bishop c5, that a Grandmaster of Chom's experience in the C3 Sicilian would still walk into it as late as 1992. Let's go back. After knight c7 check, Chom's not the only one. Another game went king d8. Knight takes, bishop d7, knight f3, king c8, knight e5, bishop e8, and now rook d1. Very clever because of king b8 trying to trap the knight, rook d8 mate. After rook d1, in this game black played knight d5, but then c4, blasting open the d-file. After knight e7, get the queen side rolling. You got 'em, use 'em. Knight a4, and simply bishop e2 with a decisive edge for white. This was the game Vorontikov, Guliev, Moscow, 1996. This trap just continues to work like clockwork, catching victims. In fact, in the game Boros Pascal, Budapest 2005, Black actually resigned way back here at move 9 after queen takes c5. So again, let's take a quick look here. You play knight a3. After c takes d5, you go knight b5. When they go knight a6, you take with the queen on d4, and after knight f6, you play the very important move, bishop to e3. This highlights the weakness of the pawn on a7. The threat is simply to trade queens and snag the pawn. After the very natural blunder, bishop c5, you simply take it off. Queen takes c5, double exclamation point. This game, Sveshnikov's customer played queen takes, and on bishop takes, knight check, king e7, knight takes a8, bishop d7, and now he pulls the knight back out. After a6, knight to f3, rook c8 finally traps the knight, so you might as well get the most valuable thing for it. In this case, grab a center pawn. After knight takes, now knight e5, tapping the bishop, bishop e8. Now Sveshnikov gets a little greedy here and decides he wants to fianchetto his own bishop and get pressure on b7. In a sense, I like what he's doing. Once you win material, you continue on playing the game. Rook to c5 though, knight to d3, and rook d5. Black tries to be as annoying as possible. This way, bishop g2 is prevented because the knight on d3 is under pressure. So, got to change plans, bishop e2. Now bishop b5. Now castle's queenside. Note, of course, not too late to go wrong with knight b4 because rook e5. Suddenly the bishop has got a problem. But after bishop b5 simply castles, knight e4, trying for some cheap nonsense on f2. Just calmly defend, after all, your material ahead, an exchange and a pawn. After bishop a4, still trying to make some noise with b3, knight takes c3 nonsense. Again, just keep everything. And after f5, f3, time to start giving the black pieces the boot. And after knight back to d6, the very nice touch, bishop to d1, pinning the knight, attacking the bishop. After bishop takes d1, the old unexpected in-between move, knight to f4. The bishop, the rook, the knight are all under attack. Black resigned. Again, a very nice trap. Just a quickie review. Knight a3, c takes d4, knight b5, and on knight a6, you take with the queen. On knight f6, bishop e3, very important move, eyeballing the a7 pawn. After bishop c5, the simple queen takes c5 has already caught many victims. Who knows, you may catch someone in this as well. This next game with GM Evgeny Sveshnikov, he's playing Schulhofer in Russia, 1995. And this is actually one of the variations we covered in one of our analytical weapons. So very important to make sure you include this in your repertoire. Comes to us from the 2 knight c6 move order, but again, we basically take control of the center. After cd, cd, now black plays the early d5. E takes d5, queen d5, and now knight f3. And after bishop g4, which is pretty aggressive, we like to play knight c3, taking advantage. And now queen a5. But if you remember in our analytical weapons section, volume 2, game 15, we looked at bishop takes f3, you play g takes f3, very important. And on queen takes d4, you now play queen takes d4, knight d4, and the extremely important move, knight to b5. In that, we looked at knight c2, we looked at e5, we looked at knight e6, and of course knight f3 losing immediately. In this game, black played queen a5 immediately, and now d5. Here, Sveshnikov's opponent castled. But let's take a look at the plain rook d8. There again, you play bishop d2, lining the bishop up opposite the queen, called an X-ray, and threatening pawn takes knight. After knight b4, you have the very strong queen b3. The point here is that knight d5, you now hit him with a shot bishop b5 check. After bishop d7, simply knight takes d5, exposing the bishop on the queen, and after queen b5, knight c7 smothered mate. Let's take a look again. After knight d5, you have bishop b5 check. Separates the queen from the knight. Interferes with the rook, defending the knight. After bishop d7, knight d5, queen b5, and knight c7 smothered mate. So let's go back. After queen b3, you can play a6, protecting the b5 square from the bishop check. You then play knight e4, attacking the pinned piece. After e6, protecting the pinned piece, you then play d6, cutting the protection. And after bishop f3, gf3, bishop d6, knight d6, rook takes, bishop takes b4, white has netted a piece. The game Sveshnikov-Ni from Latvia 2002 continued, queen e5 check, bishop e2, and rook back to d8. Now, the bishops start to assert themselves even more with bishop c3. The queen on e5, pawn on g7. He went queen g5, and queen takes on b7. After knight f6, it's bishop back to b4, threatening queen e7 mate. After bishop b4, black played knight to d7. But rook d1, piling on the heat, and after a5, bishop back, queen e5, simple deflection sacrifice, pawn to f4. After queen f4, bishop to b5, this knight is pinned. After queen e5 check, king f1. In fact, as we said, Sveshnikov-Ni, Latvia 2002, black resigned. Let's go back. After the strong d5, black has also played knight takes e5. And here, he's piling on the pressure on the f3 knight. But this is kind of thematic. You play knight takes e5, exposing your queen on his bishop and prepping for bishop b5 check. After bishop takes d1, bishop b5 check. We've had a few games here. On king d8, knight f7 check, king c8, and now, very nice attacking move, bishop d2. The threat is actually, after a6 for example, simply rook to c1. A b5, knight b5, discovered check, and attack on the queen. After king d7, note that king b8, you play bishop takes a5, and on rook a5, rook d1, rook b5, simply b3, and then you scarf off the rook in the corner. Let's go back. After king d7, you simply take the queen. Also after king d8, knight f7 check, king c8, and bishop d2. If bishop h5, you simply grab the rook on h8. And finally, one last game after knight to e5 was knight takes e5, bishop d1, queen b5 check, and the game Trabert-Noval, Norway, 1992, black played queen takes b5. But after knight takes b5, he castled, hoping for king d1, rook d5 check, solving his problems. And then he would capture the knight on e5, perhaps. However, after castles, white played bishop to b4, and after rook d5, threw in rook c1 check. Note now that king b8, knight d7 double check, and on king a8, the very elegant knight c7 mate. So after rook c1 check, king d8, rook d1, black resigned. Again, that was the game Trabert-Noval, Norway, 1992. And I have to say, this is one of the things I really love about this C3 Sicilian. Here it is, 1-0 in 14 moves. In a mainline Sicilian, we'd still be ripping out opening theory. So let's go back. After knight f3, bishop g4, which Sveshnikov says is just simply too aggressive, that black cannot permit himself such luxuries, you hit him with knight c3. On queen a5, d5. And now Sveshnikov's opponent castled. But again, same recipe, bishop d2. This does two things. It breaks the pin on the pawn on d5 and sets up an X-ray on the black queen on a5. Here, black played knight to d4. But note, knight b4, you have the very clever a3. And after knight takes d5, what are we doing? We're playing knight a4, trapping the black queen. Let's see that again. Knight a4 traps the black queen. b6 is covered. a6 is covered. b5 is covered by this bishop. And we see the queen simply has nowhere to go. Let's go back. Instead of knight d4, if rook takes d5, you simply take it, and bishop e2. White is a clear exchange for only one pawn ahead, and the black king is going to come under pressure very shortly. So, after d5 castles, the key move is bishop to d2. In Sveshnikov's game, his opponent played knight to d4, but the very simple knight b5. Attacking the knight for a second time, attacking the queen. If now knight takes f3 check, trying to save the knight, simply pawn takes, and you have a double hit. The bishop, the queen, not to mention how exposed this king is looking. After knight b5, queen b6, knight takes d4. Black went a little bonsai with e5. I guess here he was hoping for something like pawn takes and then rook takes, and suddenly he's back in the ball game. But after e5, the simple knight b3. After rook d5, rook c1 check, king b8, queen c2, knight f6, bishop e3, bishop b4 check. This knight swung back, queen d6. Now black is a little ahead in development, actually quite a bit, but he's a piece down. So bishop c4 threatens to trap this rook, and now rook c8, pinning our bishop. Here, a3 forced a little liquidation. Always a good idea when you're ahead. Bishop d2 check, knight takes d2, and here black played e4. Well, why didn't he play b5, you might ask? That would be attacking the pinned bishop, but then queen b3. That would counterpin the pawn to the king. After a6, we simply castle. Note the rook is now trapped, and after rook d2, we have the very powerful attacking move, bishop takes b5. We can see the king here is going to suddenly become very, very exposed. Going back after bishop d2, knight takes d2, e4, but now simply castles. But black's not done yet. Rook h5, threatening queen takes h2, mate. So after rook h5, white calmly plays g3 with the brutal threat of bishop f4. But now black backs it up with queen d7. Sveshnikov plays queen b3, getting his queen unpinned, and black now plays bishop to f3, clearing the way for queen h3, and then either queen h2 mate, or after queen h3, queen g2 mate. So after bishop f3, black actually has some threats. But it's white's turn. First things first. Let's eliminate one of the attackers. Black, rather than recapture, comes in right away with the queen. The threat is simply to take the knight and try to give mate, or maybe to play knight g4. But black has a king also, and bishop f4 check. King went in the corner, and now the beautiful interference theme, bishop to e6. Note the knight still protects h2 for the moment. The bishop attacks the queen, the rook attacks the rook. Black, in fact, resigned. Obviously, after queen takes, simply queen takes, and pawn takes, and rook takes would be checkmate. Not only a very attractive game, but also a very important trap. On d5, it's very important to know that on rook d8, you have bishop d2, and on castles, you also have bishop d2. This is extremely important because it breaks the pin and threatens discoveries. And here, very key point is on knight b4, you have a3, and on knight d5, you have knight a4. This is extremely important. This makes it difficult for him to collect your pawn on d5 and keeps the white initiative alive. So it's a trap, but it's also an important element in the position. Our fifth Sicilian Crunchy is another game from the maestro himself, GM Evgeny Sveshnikov. This time he's playing Voronovsky, and it's Russia 2002. Let's take a look. e4, c5, c3, d5, e takes d5, queen takes, d4, knight c6. Again, piling on the pawn on d4, knight f3, and this time after cd, cd, bishop g4, knight c3 yet again, and again queen d8. Now remember, after bishop takes f3, g takes f3, queen d4, we exchange queens and play knight b5. This was covered quite thoroughly in DVD number 2, game 15. In this game, though, after knight c3, pretty much all queen moves are bad. Queen h5, queen a5 we saw last game, and now queen d8. Let's take a look. Again, d5. Get the initiative. And here black played knight b8. Well, obviously knight e5 allows the old standard knight takes e5, bishop d1, and bishop b5 check. Every American schoolboy knows this one. After queen d7, bishop takes d7 check, king d8, and king d1, white is a piece ahead. Instead of knight b5, there's also knight a5. But again, bishop b5 check, bishop d7, bishop takes d7 check, queen d7, and now a very important motif, knight e5. Knight e5, quite often, once this bishop has been dealt with, allows white to assume control of the critical a4 to e8 diagonal. Such is the case here. In fact, queen a4 check is just deadly. After king d8, knight f7 check. Yep, that's a family fork. So let's go back. d5 is a very powerful initiative gaining move. After knight b8, simply queen b3. Another feature we said about the early bishop to g4 is quite often the pawn on b7 is a bit weak. After bishop takes f3, g takes f3, knight f6. Note that b6, bishop b5 check certainly does not help black. After knight f6, queen takes b7, knight bd7, and now the very powerful knight to b5. The threat is simply knight to c7 check, forcing black to cough up his queen. So after knight b5, black played rook c8, and now bishop f4, simply reinforcing the threat. After knight c5, black could in fact have had to face knight check. Rook takes. Just a quick note to the obvious there that king c6, queen c6 mate might have been a merciful end. After rook c7, simply queen c7 with a winning material advantage for white. Note, of course, queen d5, bishop b5 check, something interposes, and queen c8 mate. So going back, though, after knight c5, Sveshnikov decided to go ahead and grab the pawn on a7. After knight d5, he then played rook d1, pinning the knight. And after e6, went ahead and played a typical exchange sacrifice, eliminating the defender. If queen d5, knight c7 check, rook takes, and then the intermezzo, queen b8 check. After queen d8, the simple bishop c7 guarantees a completely won endgame, bishop pair, two connected past queenside pawns, easy technical win. So after rook d5, black opted for e takes d5, but then same answer, knight c7 check, rook takes, and now he played bishop takes. Black played queen c8. Notice that queen e7 check, simply king d1, and after f6, the very powerful bishop h3 is even a touch stronger. In any case, after king f7, it's rook e1. And we can see the black queen simply has no good location to move to. So after bishop takes, black played queen c8. But now, bishop b5 check. On knight d7, castles, bishop e7, rook e1, and we can see these are some serious bishops, and these are some serious pins. Black tried to run away with king f8, unpinning both pieces, but bishop takes d7, queen takes d7, queen b8, queen e8, and queen takes, king takes, simply putting right back in the pin. After bishop d6, king d7, he tried one last swindle, and bishop takes, rook e8, hoping the pin would help him recoup the piece, but after bishop b4, he saw the light and resigned. Our next game in the c3 crunch section could have just as easily been in the historical section. It comes from Ostend, 1907. Playing white is Julius Perlis, a master at the time, and one of the world's original grandmasters, Savely Tartakower. e4, c5, c3, d5. Now again, Tartakower is playing black. E takes d5, queen d5, d4. cd4, cd4, knight c6, attacking the pawn on d4, knight f3, and bishop g4. We've seen this quite a few times. White played bishop e2. Of course, when we get this position, we'll play knight c3, keeping in mind that bishop f3, g takes f3, queen d4, exchange queens, and our key analytical weapon here is knight to b5. Again, that was covered in Volume 2, Game 15. But going back, again, this is Ostend 1907. A lot of these things had not been worked out until like the 1960s and 70s. So, white played bishop e2, normal move, unpinning the knight. Black played e6, and now, after knight c3, queen a5, and certainly nothing wrong with white's game here either. After castles, knight f6, he should now play bishop e3, h3, or a3. All very normal moves leading to normal play where white may or may not have a very slight edge. In the game, though, black played knight e5, which brings to mind one of Tartakower's many great quotes. The mistakes are all there, just waiting to be made. And that's what you will see time and time again in these little c3 crunchies. And in fact, knight e5 is a mistake. Black plays bishop takes on e2. White, unfortunately for himself, suddenly wakes up and realizes that queen takes e2, knight d4 is simply losing a pawn, and his knight is hanging. And if he goes to a square to protect the knight, knight c2 might happen. So, after bishop takes e2, white also, I guess, realized that knight takes e2 simply loses the pawn on e5 to knight takes, pawn takes, queen takes. He could try to get a little compensation. Black does have a good extra center pawn. Queen a4 check, but then b5. Queen a6, rook d8, knight c3, b4, knight b5, bishop c5 is still a very serious advantage for black, but better than what happened in the game. Let's go back. So after bishop takes e2, white had a brainstorm. He's like, aha, I'll play knight takes on c6, counterattack his queen. And it was all well and good until the great tactician Tartakower, who said chess is 99% tactics, played queen takes c3. After studying this position, white resigned. The point being that b takes c3, simply bishop d1, rook d1, and b takes c6 leaves white the knight ahead. Also after queen takes c3, if queen takes e2, the bank shot, queen takes c6, again leaving black a knight ahead. After queen takes c3, just to show you how those that do not know history are doomed to repeat it, many victims have been caught in this trap. Gutierrez Fernandez, 1992, Azarov Breeder, 1998, and Siebricht, who later would become a grandmaster, versus Odenal, 1994. So again, you can see it does pay to be totally aware of these tactics in the opening. This was a game Perlis, Tartakower, and white resigned. Our next c3 crunch is yet another one that has snared many, many victims over the years. Let's see, this time we'll look at Grandmaster Alexei Swetin against Peter Travanacek. This was played in the Czech Republic in 1975. c5, Swetin is playing white, and he was one of the world's foremost theoreticians back in the 60s and 70s, worked with many world champions. Knight f3, d6, c3, and now the early knight c6. After d4, though, black plays bishop g4. And again, just a quick comment about the early development of the problem child bishop. As we noted earlier, the two drawbacks to this are the b7 pawn is quite weak, and quite often the a4 to e8 critical diagonal can become vulnerable. We've already seen that in a few examples. Let's take a look. White now plays d5, attacking the knight. And if knight b8, white could either play c4, grabbing more space, or knight at b to d2, maintaining the spearhead, slight lead in development. Either way, Nice advantage for white. But in this game, after d5, Swaiten's opponent played knight e5, seemingly putting a lot of pressure on the f3 knight, but the rude awakening always comes when you play knight takes e5. I've had this type of thing in many simultaneous exhibitions. You expose the queen on the bishop, and you prepare for bishop to b5 check. Now, black played bishop takes d1. But let's see, there have been other victims over the years. D takes e5, queen g4, knight f6, and queen back to g3 was the game Plutecki, Turecki, Poland, 1996. Let's take a look. Instead of bishop takes d1, there was also bishop d7, knight d7, queen d7, and knight a3. That was the game Blees, Larhoven, Netherlands, 2002. In both cases, of course, white is a piece up and went on to a very easy, presumably very short victory. So after d5, knight e5 is just a textbook mistake that every American schoolboy should know by now. You simply play knight takes e5. And on bishop takes d1, you play bishop to b5 check. After queen d7, bishop takes d7 check, black resigned. That was the game GM Alexei Swaiten against Peter Trevnevchek, Czech Republic, 1975. It was also the game Kiss versus Grandmaster Lengyel in 1994, and the game Krasani versus Petr in Slovakia, 2001. The point is that a lot of very good players fall into these traps simply because they have not educated themselves on all the nuances. That's why it's important to study these. 1, so you can catch people, and 2, so you can avoid falling victim yourself. In our next C3 crunch, we actually get to it from the old Smith-Morra move order that I used to see in the 70s when I was a young boy first starting to play chess. After e4, c5, d4. That's right, the old Smith-Morra gambit, c takes d4, and now c3, and now d5, one of the, quote, Smith-Morra gambit declined versions. This game is Seibold Jan Noorda against Jan Siebe. This was played in the Netherlands, 1965. After e takes d5, queen d5, c takes d4, knight c6, knight f3, bishop to g4, which Sveshnikov says is pretty aggressive on black's part, and we discussed early development of the problem child bishop, b7 can be weak, the a4 to e8 diagonal can be vulnerable. Let's take a look. This time, knight c3. Absolutely correct. Hit that queen. And now, queen e6 check. That's right, just when you think you've seen everything, we've already looked at queen a5, d5. We've also looked at queen d8, d5. And, of course, our theoretical section is bishop takes f3, gf3, queen d4, knight d4. And now, the very key theoretical analytical weapon, knight to b5. Again, Volume 2, Game 15. But just when you think you've seen it all, along comes queen e6 check. White plays bishop e3, and now the simple threat is just power straight ahead with the d-pawn, pawn to d5, exposing the queen and the knight to a pawn fork. Black now spins another tempo to play queen d6, and after d5 has the poor decision to play knight e5, thinking he's putting pressure on the knight on f3 and the pin. But once again, knight takes e5, exposes the queen on the bishop and unveils the bishop to b5 check possibility. As we said, this bishop leaves the queen side and bishop b5 check. Once again, we see the a4 e8 diagonal come into play. After king d8, knight takes f7 check, and yet again it's the family fork. After king c7, knight takes d6, e takes d6, rook d1, and black is a piece and a pawn down and behind in development even, and appropriately resigned. Again, that was Seibold Jan Noorda versus Jan Siebe. That was in the Netherlands, 1965. So it shows how time and time again people fall into these things. In our next C3 crunch, we see some of our FIDE executives playing chess. FIDE, of course, is the World Chess Federation and is in charge of organizing the World Chess Olympiads and the World Championships. After e4, c5, c3, d5, white is Christor Papastalou, and black is Georgios Makropoulos. This was played in Athens in 1971, quite a while ago. Let's take a look. E takes d5, queen d5, and now d4. Knight f6, the early knight a3. e5. Probably a little premature here. Knight to b5 threatens a sensitive c7 knight fork. Knight a6 protecting, and now queen a4. Well done. Threatens nasty double check. Bishop d7. And now d takes e5. Black takes check, and here white plays slightly inaccurate bishop e2. Sveshnikov points out bishop e3 prepares for the old rapid queenside castle with more pressure on d7. Slightly more precise, but let's see what happened. Bishop e2. Now black goes astray. Black should play bishop e7 and get out of dodge ASAP. Instead, after bishop e2, black played knight d5. Well, of course, how could white not play knight f3? Fat tempo on the queen, and after queen f5, white castled short. Now, after bishop e7, rook e1, castles, but here white really rose to the occasion and played the very nice queen d1. Well, first off, it unpins the knight. Secondly, it prepares bishop d3, exposing the loose nature of several black pieces, and particularly the queen and the bishop on e7. The other virtue of queen d1 is it contemplates bishop c4, a double attack on the knight on d5, and an attack on the bishop on e7. Queen d1 was a very nice move. Black should play probably bishop takes b5, bishop b5, rook f d8, but even then, rook e5. After the counter shot, knight takes c3, white has the very nice queen f1, which seems to just be winning. So, it's already difficult for black. After the very nice queen d1, black played bishop e6. Logical looking move, giving more protection to the knight on d5. But now comes bishop d3. Queen has to move. Queen plays over to h5, and bam, just like that, it's a knockout. Rook e5, black resigns. Why? Queen has a shortage of squares. If queen g4, the simple Luft h3 incidentally traps the queen on g4. Note the queen simply has no squares, all the active white pieces covering all the squares on the king side. And again, after rook e5, if you try to block, well, f5 simply leaves the bishop on e6 high and dry. No big deal there. And if you try to block with the g-pawn, then simply bishop takes g5. And again, the queen has problems. The bishop has problems. The knight has problems. Black's position is just loose as a goose. Anyway, after rook to e5, black resigned. A very quick knockout that shows the dangers that can befall black when white gets a tremendous lead in development. In the next few c3 crunches, we'll look at a few where white sacrifices a piece on f7. The first one, Joran Janssen versus Fred Berend, Netherlands Junior Championship, 1981. Let's take a look how it came about. e4, c5, knight f3, d6, and now d4. Black played the unusual move order, knight d7, and after c3, we reached a c3 Sicilian. Black played g6, and now white played bishop c4. A bit aggressive. Certainly nothing wrong with bishop d3 in normal development. Bishop g7, and now, according to Sveshnikov, simply queen b3, lining up the battery against f7, and after e6, bishop g5. White has control in the center and excellent development. Clear advantage. Good chances for an initiative, but instead, white rushed to pull the trigger and played bishop takes f7 check. This is actually dubious. In the game, black took white's word for it, which you should never do, and played king f8. He should have accepted the sacrifice, and after knight g5 check, now, of course, he has to be extremely careful. For example, king f8, knight e6 check. Or, after knight g5 check, king f6, queen f3 mate. Those are to be avoided. But after knight g5, that pretty much only leaves king e8. And then knight e6, which is the usual follow-up, falls a little short to queen b6. After knight g7 check, king f7, you actually trap the knight. After knight h5, what else? Pawn takes, queen check, and king back. And thanks to the diligent footwork of the black king, black is actually better. White probably does not have quite enough for the piece here, and black should do okay. But going back, after knight g5 check, and the correct move, king back, white could also try queen b3. This threatens the deadly queen f7 check. And here, black needs to find the excellent e6, keeping Steinitz principles in mind of once you grab material, you need to look for every opportunity to return it for other considerations. Let's see how this works out. Well, queen e6 leads nowhere, so after knight e6, you play queen e7. And after knight c7 check, king d8 attacking the knight and the e4 pawn, and after knight takes a8, you have the counterattack queen e4 check. If king f1, just b6, traps the knight, and after bishop e3, similar fashion queen g2, rook f1, and then again b6. Once you collect the knight, you'll have a couple of pieces for a rook, and black again is doing a-okay. Again, that would have been the proper way to refute white's premature bishop takes f7 check sacrifice. In the game, after king f8, white sallied forth with knight g5, threatening knight e6 check, and after knight at d to f6 to cover the square, white continued with queen b3. After bishop h6, bishop takes g8, threatens a simple queen f7 mate. After bishop takes g8, black played d5, and after bishop d5, black is simply 2 pawns and a piece behind and resigned. And now for another example of the bishop takes f7 check sacrifice, we look at Roberto Cardani versus Alessio Valsecchi. This happened in Italy, 2003. Let's take a look. d4, cd, cd, knight f6, knight c3. White has very classical pawn duo in the center, g6, and now h3. Sveshnikov, as we discussed, kind of likes f3 followed by bishop e3 in these setups. But bishop g7, knight f3, knight c6, and now bishop c4. Not the best. I would have preferred maybe bishop e3, followed by queen d2, more modest bishop e2, keeping control in the center. After bishop c4, black has a shot for the fork trick, a well-known equalizing mechanism which starts with knight takes e4. The main point being that if you play knight takes on e4, simply d5 recovers the piece with a very comfortable game for black. And after knight e4, if you kamikaze with bishop f7 check, simply king f7, and after knight e4, black has several ways to equalize. Fritz offers up bishop f5 with counterplay based on your 2 bishops and the weak pawn on d5. There's also queen a5 check, another Fritz suggestion, and then there's also h6, kind of a prophylactic approach that I favor, keeping the knights off of g5. In any event, the 2 bishops offer black very good counterplay. In the game, bishop c4 was met with queen c7, and I'm totally at loss what that's about because 1, it's a waste of time, and 2, c7 is not a great location for the queen. One has to assume white's going to complete his development and put a rook on the c-file, in which case the queen is simply going to be misplaced. So queen c7 is totally lost on me. White now played queen e2 and got back in control, controlling the center, protecting his bishop, preparing the e5 thrust. Black compounded this situation now with knight d7. Apparently he thought he was attacking the white pawn on d4 twice, which he is, but that's also irrelevant after bishop takes f7 check. King takes f7 and then knight g5 check. After king e8, white now played the excellent queen c4, but also strong was knight e6. After queen b6, knight d5, queen a5 check, bishop d2, knight takes d4, bishop takes a5, knight e2, and then knight g7 check, king takes, king up, king over, bishop check, knight f6, and then king e3 will lead to a clear plus. Black has problems. But in the game, queen c4 also worked out. Black played bishop takes the pawn on d4. And after queen f7 check, king d8, knight e6 mate, that was the end of the story. Now this next game with the bishop takes f7 check motif is actually a much more serious effort. In fact, white is Jorge Gomez Bayo, and black is Grandmaster Hugo Spangenberg. This was played in Argentina, 1995. Let's take a look. e4, c5, c3, d5, takes, queen takes, d4, knight f6, knight f3, and now the premature c takes d4. c takes d4 and g6. As Sveshnikov said, this is a bit slow. Knight c3, queen back to d8, and now the very aggressive bishop c4. After bishop g7, white plays the very resourceful queen a4 check. This is very annoying for black. Obviously you want to interpose. The question is how? Well, clearly queen take, queen up, bishop b5 is bad news. Black plays knight bd7. But if he plays bishop d7, then the little finesse, queen back to b3 with the double attack on b7 and f7. All in all, this may have been black's best bet. Sacrifice the b-pawn, and after queen takes, knight c6, with the idea of rook b8, queen a6, and knight b4. Therefore, after knight c6, white probably needs to play bishop f4 and guard that b8 square, and then knight a5, queen a6, knight c4, queen c4. Black had castle, and at least he has the bishop pair as compensation for the pawn. This is probably a minimal edge for white. Nonetheless, after queen a4 check, black in the game played knight bd7. And now, white uncorked bishop f7 check. And after king f7, knight g5 check. And after king e8, of course, king g8's a disaster after queen b3, e6, queen e6, king f8, and mate. Therefore, after knight g5 check, black dropped the king back to e8. And now, normally you would expect people to play knight e6 here. And that's what happened, forking the bishop and the queen. And after queen b6, now knight g7 check is a mistake because after king f7, the knight is attacked and trapped. Bishop h6 trying to rescue the knight. After bishop h6 trying to protect the knight, black can attack the bishop with knight to g4. Queen c4 check, simply e6, and on d5, attacking the knight, attacking the pawn. The knight escapes by capturing the bishop. After pawn takes pawn check, simply king takes, and on pawn takes on d7, bishop d7, and white simply does not have enough for the piece. Therefore, after queen b6, white played the very nice idea, queen c4, much stronger. This threatens to capture the bishop with check, and also threatens knight c7 check, snagging the black rook in the corner. After knight h5 to defend the bishop, note that rook b8 saving the rook doesn't help because knight g7 check, king f8, and knight e6 check. The point of queen c4 is you now have your knight escape hatch on e6 defended. After king e8, simply castles with a winning material advantage for white. After knight h5, in similar fashion, rook g8 also fails to knight c7 check, king d8, knight a8 hitting the queen, and after queen c6, the simple move bishop pawn to b3, followed by bishop to f4. White should be able to rescue his knight and retain a heavy material advantage. So after knight h5, now white throws in another piece, knight to b5. Black plays knight back to f8 to try and challenge the stud knight on e6, and then knight at b to c7 check, king d7. Note that king f7 leads to a very quick disaster after knight g5, king f6, and queen f7 mate. After knight c7 check, king d7. I like what white did here. Simply d5, anchoring in. The threat is queen a4 check. After d5, black tried to get rid of some of the attacking units with knight takes, pawn takes, and king back. And now he's hoping that white will play knight takes a8. He will then play queen check, trade queens, and after bishop takes, try to run over with his king and snag the knight. But after knight e6, white played pawn takes on e6, check, and after king d8, went for mobilization with bishop f4, temporarily protecting the knight on c7 and preparing to mobilize the rook to d1. Black grabbed the bishop on f4 and then rook d1 check. Here black had to interpose his queen. After rook d1 check, if bishop d7, then simply rook d7, king over, knight d5 check, discovered check on the queen. When the queen interposes, then you have knight e7 check with a fork. And of course after king b8, knight c6, bc6, queen b4 check, king c8, and queen b7 mate. So after rook d1 check, queen interposed, and then rook takes, pawn takes, and a nice little deflection sacrifice, e7 check. This actually pulls the king away from the knight, so that after king takes, white can scarf off the knight on f4 without losing his knight on c7. After bishop f5, knight takes a8, rook takes a8, and castles. h5 was played. Note that if bishop b2, queen b4, threatens b7 and threatens the bishop. In the game after h5, rook e1 check, bishop e5 was met very powerfully with queen b4. Threatens both rook takes e5 check as well as queen takes b7, winning another piece. Black resigned. What was special about this game was the fact that such a strong grandmaster could walk into a bishop takes f7 devastating sacrifice. But very well done by the white player. Our next C3 crunch features Super GM Sergei Tivyakov. We've already seen a few of his games against Inbat. This was in Russia, 1990. Let's take a look. e4, c6, c5, knight f3, knight c6, and c3. Black plays e5, which, as we saw early on in the historical section with Saint Amand, and later Filipovich had recommended this in the 60s to a number of Soviet players. Tivyakov plays bishop c4, and this is what we actually recommended in our theoretical games. After d6, castles, queen c7, and now very interesting, he just simply plays the quiet d3. After knight f6, knight to g5, and we see the point of queen c7 is to make d8 square available. To me, this all seems rather almost artificial, if you will, but some people play like this with black, apparently. And now f4. That's right, let's lever open and bring the f-file into the action. Bishop e7 and queen e1. Maybe a4 might have been better, but queen e1, bringing the queen to the king side, certainly looks promising. And here, black should probably just castle. After ef4, bishop f4 castles, white's definitely a little better. Knight d2, all the pieces flowing. In the game, though, black plays knight e6, and Tivyakov deals with this in impressive style. He plays knight takes f7. Black takes that, and then f5, attacking the pinned piece and guaranteeing the f-file will be open. In the game, black plays d5. But let's say black had tried to play b5 to deflect the bishop. Well, you could just play fe, bishop takes, and on rook f8, simply knight d2 with a clear, solid extra pawn and the c4 square for white. Certainly a good plus. But you could also play bishop to d5, attacking the rook in the corner. And after knight takes, f takes e, double check, king takes, and e takes d5 check. Now, of course, queen d5, queen e4 check will cost the rook. And after king d7, simply rook f7 with tremendous advantage. The rook is just going to run loose, rampant on the 7th rank there. But in the game, black played d5. After d5, white simply captured e takes d5, really pincering in on this poor knight on e6. My goodness, look at this guy. And black actually resigned here. If he moves the knight, then discovered check with d6 snags the queen on c7. Total disaster. I mean, I'm not a big fan of black's opening, but I don't think it's that bad. Our next c3 crunchy comes from England, actually the London tournament of 1983, and it features grandmaster and noted chess author Gary Lane playing another grandmaster, Janos Fleisch. After e4, c5, c3, d5, e takes d5, queen takes, d4, e6, and again knight f3. Slightly more accurate, probably according to Sveshnikov, is knight a3 right away, but nonetheless, and then knight f6, and again bishop e2. As mentioned, pawn on e6 does tend to block this bishop in. After bishop e7, castles. One of the advantages that white has, potentially, when black does not exchange on d4, is the option to play c4. And that's exactly what happened in this game. Black now played queen f5. Probably a mistake. More prudent would have been queen back to c6 or queen back to d8. However, after queen f5, knight c3, rook d8, it wasn't too late to play cd4, knight d4, and queen back to a5, although white is clearly ahead in development with all these queen moves going on. And after knight b3, white would enjoy, a definite advantage. Bishop e3, rooks to the c file. But in the game after rook d8, bam, knight h4, the queen's trapped. This reminds me of watching a Mike Tyson fight in his prime. If you blinked, it was over. Our next c3 crunch comes from the Czech Republic, 1994. Ladislav Knazevic versus Pavel Voboril. Let's take a look. It's also in the bishop g4 system. E d5, queen d5, d4, knight f6, knight f3, and Kasparov's favorite, bishop to g4. Now again, pluses and minuses. Bishop's very active, but the pawn on b7 can be weak, and the a4, e8 diagonal can also be weak. Let's take a look. Now, in the theoretical section, we recommend d takes c5. That's our analytical weapon against the Kasparov favorite bishop g4. But in this game, knight bd2, going for development, prepares the possibility of bishop c4. It is a little clumsy or cumbersome because the c1 bishop and the a1 rook have to get into the act at some point. But let's see what happens. C takes d4, bishop to c4, queen to h5. Now, queen b3. And as we said, that highlights one of the dangers of the early queen-bishop development. Black played knight bd7, and white simply recouped his pawn with c takes d4. And after knight b6, more prudent was the simple, quiet rook b8, just defending the pawn. But after knight b6, bishop b5 check. Bishop back to d7, and now there's no pressure on f3. Knight e5. Hitting the f7 and d7 points, black played e6. Needless to say, after bishop b5 check, queen b5 check, knight fd7, and knight c4, there's a lot of pressure going on the d7 point. The queen is feeling a little offsides over here. But in the game, after knight e5, e6. And now, white played g4, looking to deflect or attack the black queen. Notice now that queen h4 allows knight over, and on queen h3, the very clever retreat, bishop f1, actually traps the queen. After bishop a4, you slide on over with queen d3, and after bishop e4 check, you step up with king e2. The queen does not escape. So after g4, very well thought out indeed, knight takes g4 happened. But then, knight takes d7, and black realized if knight d7, bishop d7 check, king d7, and queen b7, double attack on the king and the rook. Therefore, after knight takes d7, black got all clever. He decided to castle away from the discovered check. Of course, this is totally useless. White could simply capture on b6 and be a piece up, or play the knockout punch, queen c3 check, as occurred in the game, and black will be losing at least one more piece. Black resigned. Another 14-move victory for the c3 Sicilian. Our next c3 crunch comes from Hungary, 1991. Jokananen Afek versus Ali Habibi. Let's take a look. e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, and now c3. After d5, ed5, queen takes d5, and d4, we've transposed to a very well-known position from our c3 Sicilian, and black plays e6. As mentioned before, we're not big fans of the e6 move, blocking in the bishop on c8. White played bishop e2. Now, of course, in our theoretical discussions and looking at Sveshnikov's games, we quite like knight a3, threatening to go to b5. If a6 weakens the b6 square, knight a3 is probably a little more direct approach for the initiative. But bishop e2, c takes d4, c takes d4, and white's ready with knight c3. After knight f6, though, first he castles, and after the bishop develops to e7, then he hits him with knight c3. Black backs the queen up to d6, and bishop g5. Black castles, and now rook c1. Rook d8 with a triple attack on the d-pawn, and knight b5. Now after knight b5, black has a few choices. There's queen b8, there's queen d7, and there's queen b4. Let's take a look. Queen b8, white has the very interesting idea. Bishop back, preparing bishop g3. On queen f4, bishop g3, queen back to h6, and then knight c7, hitting the rook in the corner, and on rook b8, queen b3 is one interesting idea. There the threat is simply rook takes on c6. Of course, after queen b3, maybe black can just play bishop d7 and the game goes on. But it's still obvious that white has a bit of an initiative. Rook at a to c1, knight back to b5, d5, all worth considering. But nonetheless, that may have been black's best way to go. Going back, after knight b5, there was also stepping back one square, queen d7. White could then try for an initiative with knight e5. After knight takes, pawn takes, and knight to d5, white can exchange dark squared bishops, which is usually a plus, and after queen e7, he can slide up with his queen, and on bishop d7, knight d6, and white has a clear positional advantage based on his space and his outposted knight. In the game, black played queen b4, the third choice. And after bishop d2, resigned. The only square the queen has is queen takes on b2, and then rook c2, trapping the queen. Amazing. Another 13-move knockout for the c3 Sicilian. Our next c3 crunch comes from Germany, 1989, and features the modest investment of a pawn sacrifice. Dieter Saib is playing white against Igor Schneider. Let's take a look. e4, c5, c3, and now 2 d6. We covered this on DVD 1. d4, grabbing the center, knight d7, and then knight f3. Black plays knight at g to f6. This is an easy and natural move to make, but it's just plain bad. White strikes immediately with e5. After de, note that knight e4, bishop d3. Black has to already start performing a rescue mission for the extended knight, and plays d5, and then probably after castles, pawn takes, knight b6. Probably the easiest is to play queen e1. You threaten simply f3, and this knight is very unhappy. But let's see what happened in the game. After e5, black played de, and then retreated with knight g8. Notice that on knight g4, and this is very useful to keep in mind, rather than just calmly play bishop f4 and defend the attacked pawn, even stronger is queen a4. This pins one knight while attacking one knight. And after, say, knight h6, you then have the pawn sacrifice e6, and after fe6, go for development with knight over to a3, and on queen b6, then you capture with tempo here, and after pawn takes, castles, and that's right, it's all systems go here. Bishop g7, bishop to b5, you have rook bishop, queen, all attacking this one-pin knight. Plus, it'll be very easy to mobilize and bring more forces to bear. So in the game, black played knight g8. Now, white sacrificed the pawn anyway. This is very instructive. This totally disrupts black's pawn structure. After f takes e6, knight to g5. Now, if knight f6, knight takes, probably just queen b3 is the easiest. The point being that if he exchanges, well, you threaten to exchange, and after knight takes, knight c7 with the classic typical fork. So after knight g5, black played queen b6 right away, giving it the old lateral defense. But now, bishop d3, and suddenly the threat of queen h5 check looms very large. Black played knight e5. Note that if knight f6, probably the simplest is just queen e2, threatening to simply recoup the pawn on e6 with a dominating position. After bishop d3, black went in for knight e5, attacking the bishop. And now, white simply took what was given to him. Bishop takes h7, knight f6 at least gets developed, and then bishop back to c2. Black's king side is just a disaster. Black struggled on gamely with bishop d7, hoping to castle queenside, but after f4, reconsidered and realized that resigning was probably a better option. And why is that? Well, if knight c6, bishop g6 check, king d8, and knight f7 check, winning a whole rook. Going back, on f4, instead of knight c6, for example, let's say he goes knight to f7, challenging the knight. Well, not too hard to see that bishop g6 just simply pins and wins the knight. So after f4, we have another 12-move knockout for the c3 Sicilian. Our next c3 crunch features an old-style rip-roaring king-side attack. Comes from Vienna, 1991, Sodin Robovich versus Franz Gunther Winkler. After e4, c5, knight f3, 2d6, which again, 2d6 was covered against the c3 move order in our first DVD. c3, e6, and now d4. And of course, e6 and d6, this is a pretty non-threatening system. Basically gives white what he wants, which is the pawn duo in the center. Let's see what happens. cd, cd, knight f6, knight c3, bishop e7, and bishop d3. White has just absolute classical setup. And after castles, Sveshnikov would totally like to play queen e2 here, followed by e5. Probably encouraged by black's previous timid play, white played h4. After knight c6, white hauled off and played e5, and black responded poorly with knight d5. Taking advantage of white's premature thrust, d takes e5, d takes e5, and the counterattack, knight to b4. This would highlight the deficiency in white's overly direct play. Actually, premature play. h4, he was doing great up until h4. After knight b4, well, for example here, if pawn takes, you have knight takes check, so you don't have time to capture. And then again, if the king comes up to step the knight, again you have knight takes check. And after rook takes, you simply recapture. Two bishops, extra pawn. Life should be so good for black. In the game, though, black just played knight to d5 rather routinely, and now white got what he wanted. Bishop takes h7 check. Yes, the classic bishop sacrifice. Continuing his timid play, black decided not to accept. But, just for grins, let's see. After king takes, well, of course, next up is knight g5 check. And two ways to fly here. Well, pretty obvious. King back just meets with the usual recipe, queen h5. Not much to look at there. The usual business is over, check, and yes, it's over. So, let's go back. Knight g5 check. Well, there's bishop g5, and then h takes g5 check. And, of course, that is the whole point of the h4 maneuver that we saw earlier. After king g8, you simply play queen h5, and on f5, you simply play g6, closing the door, and next move will pretty much be queen h8 mate. Going back after king g8, He could have played king to g6, but simply queen h5 check, king f5, and g4 mate. Take one more look. After knight g5 check, well, there's the immediate king g6, but that runs into queen d3 check. And now, on f5, you have e takes f6 check, king f6, and as if white needed more pieces into the attack, he has knight e4 check. King g6, and then h5 check, another point of the h4 advance. This pawn can be quite useful as another attacking unit. King h6, and then knight f7 double check. Even the bishop on c1 comes in to join the party. And after king h7, knight f6 double check and mate. Let's go back. So bishop h7 is just winning. In the game, he played king h8, but again, if he takes it. Knight g5 check. The nicest variation probably is king g6, queen d3 check, and then instead of f5, like we just saw with pawn takes pawn in passant, there's queen d3 check. Suppose he makes a run uptown. Well, this becomes pretty classic. You play queen h7 check, king g4, f3 check, king g3, rook h3 check, king takes on g2, queen drops all the way back to c2 check, king g1, and queen h2 mate. So after bishop h7 check, in the game black played king h8. White continued in direct style with knight g5, and now, for example, if d takes e5, again, the key principle here is you have to eliminate this knight. If queen h5 right away, then knight f6, and after knight f7, check, rook takes, queen takes, and king h7, black's not only in the game, he actually stands better. For example, pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, the queen is trapped, and that would be indeed a nasty turn of events. But after knight g5, again, if d takes e5, knight d5, you eliminate this key defensive knight. We saw that in many Sveshnikov games. E takes d5, and now you play queen h5, and on bishop g4, of course, you just take it. Black's completely lost. But after knight g5, black tries to play g6 to keep the queen off of h5. However, h5, just blasting open the h-file no matter what the cost. After bishop g5, h takes g6, and the rook on h1 comes into the party. After knight c3, bishop to g8 check, black interposed his bishop, but what happens if he takes it? Then queen h5 check, queen h5, and the simple threats are either queen h8 mate, or after queen h5, queen h7 mate. So after bishop g8 discovered check from the rook on h1, black played bishop h6. And at this point, white played the relatively simple queen h5. There's simply no reasonable defense. After king g8, queen h6, you again have the same threats. fg6, you can play queen h7 mate. Again, another 15-move knockout. I would have played the opening slightly different. I would have played queen e2 and e5 instead of the h4 that we saw. I think h4 was just a touch cavemanish. I would have gone for queen e2 with the thematic e5 buildup. But once he got the ball rolling with bishop h7 check, it was textbook. All the earmarks in place. The bishop on the diagonal, the knight able to swing up, the queen able to swing to h5, and the strong pawn on e5 controlling squares. All the earmarks of the classic bishop sacrifice. Our next c3 crunch comes from Italy, 1993, Klaus Norbert Munch against Peter Velhard, and it features a pretty nifty double attack. After a relatively quiet treatment of the opening, white shows the good stuff. Queen takes d5, d4, knight f6, knight f3, and e6. As mentioned, e6 does box in the bishop on c8. White, though, instead of playing knight a through, a3, a3, a through, heading up to b5, plays the quiet bishop e2. After bishop e7, castles, knight c6, and bishop f4. Castles, and then takes on c5. Black plays bishop takes c5, and then knight bd2. Here, white does nothing particularly special in the opening, simply develops his pieces. Black plays b6, and it appears the problem child bishop is coming to b7. White plays queen c2. Turns out to be a pretty useful diagonal, but we would think black might put a rook at c8 at some point. Black now should just play bishop e7, and after, say, knight c4, white has the idea to play rook to the d file and exploit the d6 square. So in spite of white's seemingly unassuming development, he does have some prospects for initiative here. Knight h5, though, was really not the answer for black, as it's just a one-move attack on the bishop. White counterattacked with knight g5 rather than move the bishop. Suddenly, the mild-mannered bishop on e2 is threatening the knight on h5, and the queen on c2, which didn't look too dangerous, is threatening queen takes h7 mate. Black had to back it up, but now bishop f3. Of course, Sveshnikov in the endgame loves this diagonal, but here, with the knight on c6 unprotected, it turns out to be pretty effective as well. After queen d7, knight at d to e4. Simple threat is to play knight takes f6 check. The simple threat is to play knight f6 check, pawn takes, and queen h7 mate. So, after knight at d to e4, black actually resigned. Why? Because if knight e4, simply queen takes e4. You have a double attack on c6 and h7. And after g6, it gets even worse. Queen takes c6, forces the exchange of queens because another rook is attacked in the corner, and after the exchange of queens, bishop takes. Black will have nothing better than bishop a6, and in the end he'll wind up at least one piece down. So again, after knight d to e4, 2 or 3 quick attacking moves, and it's a knockout. Another 14-move Sicilian crunch. Our next c3 crunch comes from the Czech Republic, and this is between Ludwig Pospisil versus Lukas Klima. Let's take a look. e4 c5, c3 d5, e takes d5, queen takes d5, and d4. Here, black plays the early e5. D takes e5, queen takes d1 check, heading to the endgame, king takes d1, and knight c6. Here white plays knight f3. Consider this probably to be dubious. In the theoretical section we recommend f4, holding on to the pawn, and that's your advantage right there. That pawn on e5. That's what you are looking to convert in the endgame. And after this, we consider white has a slight theoretical advantage. But instead, in this game, black played knight f3. And after bishop g4 check, bishop e2, castles. Now, the correct move is to play knight bd2, with a fairly unclear situation. Instead, white played king c2. And we mentioned that in this type of position after castles, for white, you do want to interpose the knight so that you have a choice of which way to go with the king. Now ideally, if you have the extra pawn on c5, you want to bring the king up and help support the pawns. In this case, white does not have any extra pawn over here to offer protection or to try and support. Therefore, king c2 is rather illogical. The other issue is, when you do bring the king up this way, say after knight d2, is you need to make sure you've dealt with this bishop effectively. In this case, that's also not the case. So after king c2, in this position, white has neither dealt with this bishop, nor does he have extra pawn protection up here. Let's see what happens. Bishop f5 check. Why not? Suddenly, the black pieces are operating beautifully. King has to come out to b3, and now a very lovely touch. c4 check. Kind of a clearance and attraction sacrifice, if you will. First off, it clears the diagonal for this bishop. So suddenly the a3 square is covered. The pawn sacrifice also attracts the white king to the undesirable c4 square. But let's go back. In the game, he took with the king. If he takes with the bishop, well, knight a5 check. And then again, you see the importance of the bishop covering these two squares, a3 and b4. After knight a5 check, king a4, knight c4, black simply scoops a piece and will win the game. After c4 check, if king a4, you have the very nice touch, bishop c2 check, and on b3, then rook d5. After bishop c4, rook a5 mate. c4 check is just lovely clearance and attraction pawn sacrifice. In the game, after king c4, bishop e6 check, king b5, and then rook d5. And black resigned. If king c4, you have the delicate knight a5 mate, and once again we see the importance of this bishop covering the b4 and a3 squares. After rook d5 check, if king a4, then rook a5 mate. Exquisite little masterpiece, and of course it was brought about by white's disastrous king c2, which followed the inaccurate knight f3. Again, in this variation, white needs to play f4, maintain the pawn, and a slight edge. But after king c2, bishop f5 check, king b3, c4 check, punishment was indeed swift for the white player. This is another 12-move knockout in the c3 Sicilian, but with white getting knocked out. The next game comes from the Czech Republic, 1996, and again, remember we said at the beginning of this section, if white violates opening principles, he too can suffer a disaster. After e4, c5, c3, d5, this game is Miloslav Jasic against Eva Urbankova. E takes d5, queen takes, d4, knight f6, knight f3, and again e6. We mentioned we're not fond of e6 blocking in the bishop, knight a3, and then voluntarily queen back to d8. And here we really like bishop e3. This threatens to capture on c5. And the key thing you have to know there is that after takes, you can actually play knight takes, and on bishop a3, you have the important resource queen a4 check, attacking the king and preventing you from having to take a bad pawn structure. But in the game, white just played knight back to c2. But we've seen some good players. Tivyakov and Sveshnikov have played knight c2. After knight bd7, bishop e2, queen c7, castles. Black now plays b6, preparing to develop her bishop. And here again, white surrenders the center totally unprovoked and allows black to develop her bishop in one move. And now knight at c to d4. So the white knight here has gone 1, 2, 3 moves to get to d4, but yet allowed black to develop her bishop in only one move. After bishop b7, white continues with kind of unimpressive play with rook e1. Better would be knight b5, queen b8, and b4. You have the queenside 3-2 majority after the exchange on c5. You need to use it. You need to show some kind of plan here. But instead, continued passive play with rook e1, black castles, and already stands better. 2 beautiful bishops aimed at the white king side. Further unimpressive play with bishop to f1, and now black plays a6. But already black could strike out with knight to g4. Multitude of squares and pieces being threatened in the white camp. But after a6, one last encouragement from white with knight to b3 attacking the bishop on c5, and white responded, instead of moving the bishop, played knight g4. Well, let's study this for a minute. The knight on g4 hits h2 and f2. The bishop on c5 combines with the knight for the attack on f2. But in addition, the queen also combines with the knight for an attack on h2. And the defender of the h2 square is the knight on f3, which is threatened by the teammate bishop on b7. In short, black has 1, 2, 3 critical diagonals, all aimed at the white king. After knight g4, white resigned. White has no time for knight takes c5 because simply bishop takes f3, eliminating the defender, and after queen takes f3, queen h2 mate. Yes, this was a Sicilian crunch, and it was a 14-move knockout, and again, it was white that got knocked out. Our next c3 crunch features a nifty double attack. It comes to us from the Czech Republic in 1995, Alexander Rogovoskoy against Alice Jedlicka. Let's take a look. e4, c5, c3, d5, takes on d5, queen takes, d4, knight f6, knight f3, and bishop to g4, Kasparov's favorite weapon. Bishop to e2. Now, of course, in our analytical section, we look at d takes c5 as our special analytical weapon against Kasparov's favorite bishop g4. But here, white played bishop e2, also a very good solid developing move, and unpinning the knight. Black played e6, and now h3, bishop h5, castles, bishop e7, and knight a3. After knight a3, white should just castle and try and get some counterplay. Instead, he voluntarily retreated his queen with queen d8, and now queen b3, touched up the b7 pawn. After queen c8, bishop g5, c takes d4, bad timing on black's part. Again, should have castled. But I guess after castles he was worried white might take on f6 and try to steal the pawn on c5 or steal the pawn on b7. But even so, c takes d4, white now tossed in bishop takes f6. And suddenly, black has a problem, because after bishop f6, queen b5 check. But let's go back. After bishop f6, black could toss in d3. But then, queen b5 check, queen d7, queen takes h5, and on d takes e2, white has the amazing bishop takes g7, giving up a whole rook on f1 with check. But after rook takes, rook g8, queen takes h7, white recoups the rook, and after rook g7, queen g7, white emerges 2 pawns ahead with the threat of knight e5. So going back after the timely bishop takes f6, bishop f6, notice also that bishop f3, bishop f3, bishop f6 gets spliced up pretty badly by bishop takes b7, for example. So c takes d4 was just an absolute disaster of epic proportions. But again, hard to see that when the queen comes to b5, one, that it would double attack and attack a piece through its own piece, and the piece seems to be defended for the moment. So c takes d4 was a very easy tactical mistake to overlook. And after bishop takes f6, bishop f6, queen b5 check, double attack, knight d7, queen takes h5, d takes c6, and knight b5, another double attack, threatening knight d6 fork, and threatening just to recoup the pawn on c3. White is a piece up, black resigned. Another 15-move c3 Sicilian crunch. Our next c3 crunch features the pawn sacrifice with the e-pawn. Grandmaster Alexander Ivanov against Joshua Friedel. This is from the USA in 1999. e4, c5, knight f3, d6, and now c3. After g6, d4, black plays the setup we saw earlier with knight d7. And instead of bishop c4, Ivanov goes bishop d3. After bishop g7, castles, and black again makes the same mistake we saw earlier with the tempting knight gf6. This, of course, runs smack into e5. After de, fe, he plays knight g4 to surround the e-pawn. But that's okay. White was planning to sacrifice that baby anyway. The sacrifice really fractures the black kingside pawn structure and gives him double pawns on the e-file, gives white some very nice squares. After f takes e6, the immediate knight g5 exploits the fact that black's not castled, unleashes a discovered attack here on the knight, and attack on the e6 pawn. Black played bishop g5. This was a terrible miscalculation on black's part. More interesting was knight at d to e5, after which bishop to b5 check. On bishop d7, typical motif knight takes e6 because of the pin on the d7 bishop. But black could make it interesting by trying to sacrifice his queen. Knight takes, rook takes, counterattacking the white queen, and after knight d2, bishop takes f1, queen f1, and knight d3 attacking the f-pawn. However, white's position is very solid. He simply plays knight e4, and on castles, f3 with no real problem. And white should eventually prevail. After all, black only has a rook and a minor piece for the queen. But in the game, after knight g5, black immediately went astray with bishop takes f6. After queen takes g4, collecting a piece, black mistakenly thought he was going to play knight e5 and recoup the piece. Well, he did play knight e5, but after bishop b5 check, he resigned. Another 12-move knockout for the c3 Sicilian. Our next c3 Sicilian crunch features the all-out kingside attack. Ricardo Hario Garcia against Angel Boyad Rubia from Spain, 1999. Let's see how this goes. e4, c5, c3, d6, which we covered 2d6 on the first DVD. Basically, you just play d4 and take what black gives you. Control of the center. cd, cd, knight f6, knight c3, e6, knight f3, and again, white has a very classical center. Bishop e7 and bishop d3. Castles, castles, although queen e2 certainly is not bad, but castles is good. b6, and now the immediate e5. b6, by the way, was a little bit loosening there. After knight d5, white now plays knight e4. Although he could simply play knight d5, e d5, queen c2, probe that kingside, and after h6, bishop f4. It only takes a glance to see who's in charge here. White has all of the development and is ready to occupy the c-file. After bishop b7, simply rook at a to c1. Bad things will eventually happen to black here. In the game, though, after knight d5, white played knight e4. Black now played h6. Preferable, in my view, would have been de5, de5, and if I'm going to be attacked on the king side, I'd like to exchange some of those dangerous attacking units. But, in the game, after knight e4, black voluntarily weakened his king side. White needed very little encouragement to line up the battery. Now black erred with f5. More prudent would have been de, de, and then knight d7. This way, queen c2 can be met by knight b4, attacking the queen. The key point here is that the usual repertoire, knight f6, fails to knight takes f6, covering the h7 just long enough to make a move the queen. So again, de5, de5, and knight d7 offered black a pretty solid looking position. But instead, f5. White now took on f6, and after bishop takes f6, lined up his queen and bishop battery, aimed at the h7 square. Black, oblivious to what was about to happen, played bishop b7. Now, the simplest would be just knight c3. Why sacrifice if it's not necessary? Eliminate the knight on d5 and come in and have a free kingside attack. But in the game, white saw a different path, and there it is. The old bishop takes h6 sacrifice. Well, black was afraid to take it, so he played knight c6. But let's see what happens. If g takes, knight takes d6, attacks the bishop on b7, threatens mate on h7. Queen d7, and then queen g6 check. King h8, just a quick note there, interposing the bishop is not an option because queen h7 mate. After king h8, queen h6 check, king g8, and then we need more power, Captain, so you kick the knight in, knight g5. Notice you put the knight in when you'll be able to recapture with check. This is just a crushing attack. We've seen this movie before. He can't take on d6. The threat is bishop to h7 check, separating him from the rook, and it's just bad news. For example, if knight here, bishop h7 check, king over, usually bishop f5 check is pretty effective, king over, bishop check. This is pretty deadly. You attack both of these guys, and after queen takes, you don't even bother with the queen, you give the old mate on h7. Take another look. If g takes, you also have knight takes f6 check. Knight takes, and then queen check, king over, queen check, king over, queen check, back, and again, the key is to bring in a little more juice to finish the attack. After queen d7, you play a4. On knight c6, you lift the rook, and that's pretty much lights out after rook h3, next move. Well, in the game, after knight c6, this didn't help much either. Black simply played knight at e to g5, opening up the diagonal to h7. If rook e8, queen h7 check, king f8, and now a little quiet move, rook e1. The idea here is that you want to be able to come in on e6, and the threat, in fact, is just to play rook e6 right away. You might not be able to take because of the knight fork, and you threaten queen down mate. Not a perfect game, but another 15-move Sicilian crunch. Our next c3 crush, we see our in-game specialist, Vladimir Potkin, against Evgeny Stepanov. This is from Russia, 2000. e4, c5, c3, d5, e takes d5, queen d5, d4, knight f6, knight f3, and the Kasparov variation with bishop to g4. Here, Potkin plays queen a4 check. Now, of course, we like d takes c5 in our analytical weapons section, but queen a4 check is interesting. Now, of course, we now know black should play bishop to d7, and after queen b3, c takes d4, knight d4, and knight c6. However, back at the time this game was played, some people still played knight at b to d7. Potkin now plays knight e5. Pressure on g4, pressure on d7, and the possibility of bishop to c4. Black played e6, and f3 kicked the bishop. Bishop went to f5, and now bishop to c4. Black queen does not have a lot of squares. In fact, d6 is pretty much the only choice. And now bishop to f4. White keeps developing his bishops with direct threats. Black now played queen b6. Probably the last chance to stay in the game, and a very interesting variation is c takes d4. Trying to create squares. Obviously, if c takes d4, queen b4 check gives black quite a bit of room to breathe. But after c takes d4, white can also play knight takes d7, exposing the bishop on the queen and capturing a knight. Queen takes f4. Just a quick note there, pretty obvious that if queen takes, bishop to b5 is very unpleasant. The old pin, so queen f4, and then the fun begins. Knight to b6 check, snagging the rook in the corner. King steps up, and knight takes rook. But black's turn, he plays queen check. We interpose our queen, and he snags the pawn on b2 and threatens to grab the pawn on g2. We castle to secure our king. He grabs the rook in the corner. We take the pawn on d4. He helps himself to another piece, but we now mobilize our rook, and pretty much whatever he does next, it's going to be queen d8 mate. So after bishop f4, black decided to play queen b6. Threatens to grab the pawn on b2, but now bishop to b5. And actually, this is an important motif. This motif of using bishops to temporarily wall off the queen comes up quite frequently in this variation. We saw it earlier with a bishop to g5 that boxed in a queen on h5. Sometimes it comes up when the queen is on b3 and the black queen is on a5. And here, the bishop on b5 boxes out the queen from b2. A very interesting idea here. And we see this motif come up quite a few times. After rook d8, of course after bishop b5, he's piling on the knight for a third time, threatening simply to remove an extra piece. So, after rook d8, knight c4. Suddenly, the black queen is trapped. Black gives it one last try. He plays bishop c2, hoping that after queen c2, queen b5, he's off the hook. But, unfortunately, after bishop c2, white played d3, simply blocking, and now the black queen is really trapped. Another 13-move win for the c3 crush. In our next game, Ivan Akimov versus Alexei Prizzarini from St. Petersburg, 2000. Black seems to be doing quite okay, landing a few punches, and then bam, just like that, it's all over. Let's take a look. e4, c5, c3, d5, e takes d, queen takes, d4, knight c6, knight f3, and then the early e5. Here, white played bishop b5. Interesting and developing a piece. But of course, in our theoretical section, if there's one thing you want to remember, it's to play knight takes on e5. But let's see what happened. After bishop b5, c takes d4, bishop takes c6 check, b c6, and now c takes d4. Black played bishop a6, a touch prematurely. e4, knight c3, bishop b4 gives black very reasonable prospects. For example, queen e2, knight e7, knight d2, queen takes d4, and if you try to recapture on d4, bishop a6 gives black lots of counterplay. For example, queen a6, queen e4 check. Black's doing quite okay here. But after cd4 and the premature bishop a6, understandable, he wanted to keep white from castling. But now, knight c3. Attacking the queen, and on bishop b4, black played d takes e5, exposing queen on queen and threatening to simply be a pawn ahead. Well, white of course wanted to keep the queens on the board, but better would have been to do it with queen c4. That way after queen c2, knight e7 gives black very reasonable compensation due to his bishops. Maybe bishop d2, you have to castle, life goes on. But instead, queen e4 check. White interposed the bishop on e3, and now black played rook d8, thinking he was gaining a tempo on the white queen. Well, actually he was. White did move his queen, and black probably fell off his chair when white played queen takes d8 check. After black recovered, he resigned, because king d8 and castles check. I love this one. Simply recoups the queen. What a shocker. Let's see that again. Rook d8 attacking the queen, and queen takes d8 check. King d8 and castles unpinning the knight and checking the black king. I love that one. And it's another 12-move c3 crush. This next one is more of a useful, practical tactic that's very good to keep in mind. And it's a bit veiled, so it's quite easy to catch people in it, or some version thereof. It takes place between Harman Jonkman and Stefan Prange in the Netherlands, 2004. After c3, d5, ed, queen takes, d4, e6, and again, e6, boxing in that bishop. Knight f3. Well, you could already play knight a3. I think this is the fifth move. But knight f3, knight f6, and now bishop d3. This is another setup that has scored quite okay for white. And 6 knight a3 is okay as well. Bishop e7, castles, castles, and now bishop e3. Black plays a6. Not sure exactly why, but he totally missed the threat. White simply captured the pawn on c5. And after bishop takes c5, played defender elimination with bishop takes h7 check. And after king h7, queen takes d5 eliminates the defender of the bishop on c5. After knight d5, bishop c5, white has simply stolen a very valuable pawn. After rook e8, c4, get the queenside pawn majority going, knight d7, tempo on the bishop. The bishop sinks in on d6, unopposed. And after knight back to f6, knight to c3, black decided he didn't really want to continue playing. Another 15-move c3 crush. But this one is very practical. Our next segment, or game fragment, actually, features former world champion Vasily Smyslov. And he gets a winning position in short order. After e4, c5, c3, d5, ed, queen d5, knight f3, g6, and the early knight a3. After bishop g7, he now plays queen b3, offering to exchange queens. Black plays bishop e6. His opponent is Zhu Qin, very strong Chinese grandmaster. If queen b3, a b3, knight c6, knight b5, king f8, and white is a touch better. But after queen b3, black played bishop e6 right away. White played bishop c4, and after queen e4 check, slid over with his king, preparing for the rook to come to the e-file. After bishop takes c4, knight takes c4, black suddenly noticed white has a rather dastardly threat. Knight d6 check, e takes d6, and rook e1. Let's see that one again. That's a very useful fork and pin motif. Knight d6 check, forking the king and queen, pawn takes, and rook e1. Very easy for someone to overlook that one. So after bishop c4, knight c4, black decided he should move the queen again. But note, queen back to c6, walks into knight at c to e5. And black has problems. The queen, the f7 square, and the pawn on b7 are all on pre. After c4, white could just help himself to a pawn with a winning endgame. In the game, after knight c4, black played queen d5. Now, this is suspicious from a tactical point of view whenever pieces are on pre, or loose, undefended. And here, Smyslov found the very nice, very hidden knight to b6. This gorgeous little move simply wins the exchange. How does this work? Well, if queen b3, a takes b3 opens the a-file. And after a b6, it's even worse, because after rook a8, the knight on b8 is pinned. After knight b6, the game continued queen c6, knight takes a8, knight d7, and white played d3 with a winning position, but he did offer a draw on move 29. Black had managed to get counterplay. Partly could be explained because of Smyslov's advancing years. In his youth, he had flawless technique. But after knight d7, even stronger would have been queen a3, touching up the a-pawn. If a6, then sliding up the board with queen a5, threatening to free your knight or get more material with knight c7 check. But the key point of this game is not whether or not Smyslov converted a winning position, but this very nice tactic here after knight c4. The threat of knight d6 check, that's a good one to know with the fork and pin motif. And after queen d5, the knight to b6 shot. This is a very original tactic. I'm not sure I've seen this one before. Our next game is a bit of a shocker. It's Grandmaster Evgeny Sveshnikov against Grandmaster Yuri Razavayev. Played in Poland in 1972. You have to see this. e4, g6, d4, bishop g7. Now, interesting to note, black employs the sniper move order. What's the sniper? Well, it's g6, bishop g7, and c5 on the first three moves. Now white plays c3, and now c5 is not considered too good. So black reverts to the sniper antidote with d5. But after e takes d5, queen d5, knight f3, and c5, we've now transposed into a c3 Sicilian with black playing a g6 setup. We discussed this in our first DVD. White now plays bishop e3. This gives him the threat of capturing a pawn on c5 and holding on to it. Black played cd, cd, but now the white knight has the c3 square available. Black, being a bit clever and a bit greedy, plays knight h6. The plan is clear. He wants to play knight f5, put pressure on the e3, d4 complex. However, this move loses instantly. Hard to believe, but can you spot the winner? The little quiet move, queen c1. Quiet but powerful double attack. Black resigned immediately. How often do you see a grandmaster lose in 8 moves? That's the c3 crush. Our next c3 crush was also something of a shocker. Why? Because two grandmasters, Eduardus Rosentalis, a specialist on the white side of the c3 Sicilian, is playing Grandmaster Alexander Kochiev. Kochiev is not known as an attacking player. He plays the Petrov defense with black, known as super solid positional player. So let's see what happened. e4, c5, c3, d5, e takes d5, queen d5, d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, as we mentioned, blocking in the bishop. White played the bishop d3 setup. Now, in our theory section, we discussed knight a3 or bishop e3. But bishop d3 has been played, and after bishop e7, castles, and then c4. Now here, black played queen to h5. White played bishop e2, and black played rook d8, pinning the pawn. After bishop f4, the queen got out of the line of the bishop and went ahead and attacked the teammate bishop. After bishop e3, knight c6. Black keeps developing his pieces and pressuring the white pawn on d4. Bishop d3, queen went back to h5, and after bishop e2, black now surged forward with knight to g4. Black threatened simply to capture on e3 and collect the pair of bishops. White played f4, back with his bishop. Note that on the h3, black can already play knight takes e3, f takes e3, c takes d4, and on e takes d4, he has the shot knight takes d4. After knight takes d4, exposing on the queen, queen swings to c5, and we have a cross pin. The knight is pinned on the g1, c5 diagonal, and on the d8, d1 file. And there's no longer any kind of dark square support for it. This is like really bad for white. So, after bishop f4, black now uncorked e5, totally energizing his position and taking advantage of the rook on d8 vis-a-vis the queen on d1. Well, if bishop takes e5, simply knight at c takes e5, and on h3, notice of course, knight takes e5 is pretty much illegal because of queen h2 mate. So after h3, trying to recoup the piece, black can simply play bishop f6. And on knight e5, bishop takes e5. Again, hg4 allows queen h2 mate, different version, same result. After bishop e5, bishop g4, queen takes, and then pawn takes, and the simple rook d4 leaves black in charge. Two pawns attacked, he'll be a pawn up with a beautiful bishop against a short-range knight in the ending. Total disaster for white. Going back after the fantastic shot e5, this move totally activated the black position. White played h3. Black simply took the dark squared bishop, and after h takes g4, developed the problem child bishop in one move. White played d5 to try and alleviate the pressure, and here's the move that stunned me. You would expect black to just simply move away. He's got a good game. He's got a 4-2, an extra half pawn on this side, and the pair of bishops. But now, rook d6. This move is so strong, white resigned. Let's take a look. Not too much he can do about the plan of rook h6 and queen h1 mate. The king is simply caught on the h-file. For example, rook e1, rook h6, king f1, queen check, knight g1, and then rook e2. Rook h2, powering in on the g2 square. If bishop f3, a move like knight d4 pretty readily comes to mind, and on rook e7, you start taking off on f3, gf3, and it's a matter of time. Queen check, king over, and queen f2 mate. After rook d6, black went ahead and resigned. In similar fashion, if knight h2, rook h6, knight g4, queen h1 mate. Pretty stunning result if you'd asked me before the game. A solid positional player playing black, and world-renowned theorist playing white, and yet black won in 17 moves. Our next Sicilian crush sees white sacrifice first his isolated d-pawn and then a rook. Adolf Herzog versus Karoli Celis from Hungary, 1981. Let's take a look. e4, c5, c3, d5, ed, queen takes, d4, and e6. Again, not fond of this system where you block in your bishop. But knight f3, kind of like knight a3 here, as does Sveshnikov, but knight f3, knight f6, and bishop d3, also very popular. Knight c6, castles, cd, knight takes d4, and I'm not really sure why white wants to exchange knights here. Yes, it does give the queen access, but on the other hand, when you have the isolated pawn, you have a space advantage. So why exchange pieces? That part was a little bit lost on me. After knight d4, cd4, bishop d7. Of course, queen d4, bishop b5 check was not an option for black. So he plays bishop d7 first. Now, after knight c3, black goes ahead and grabs the pawn. White plays rook e1, putting the rook on the file, and black lost time here with a6. Again, we discussed this earlier. When you have unprotected pieces, that leaves you more vulnerable to tactics. More prudent would have been queen b6, or even rook d8. But after rook d8, bishop e3, queen h4, g3, queen h3 with the idea of knight g4, probably bishop f1, give the queen the boot, and then bishop g2. White has very reasonable compensation here. Gorgeous development, queenside targets. I think white has more than enough compensation for the pawn at this point. But let's go back to the game. In real life, in 1981, the player playing black spent a tempo with a6. And now white hit him with rook takes e6 check. This is a double deflection motif. Basically, whichever way you take it, white's going to have a discovered check exposing your queen. If fe6, then bishop g6. You could also try to decline this sacrifice, but bishop g5 is quite strong, leaving the rook on pre. If black unpins, then simply rook e3, and white has a very comfortable game, and black has a bad king. But after bishop g5, let's say black plays queen c5. Now that his queen is no longer attacked, he's threatening to capture the rook. He's also defending his bishop and attacking your bishop. But the move and time is a very valuable commodity in chess, and you play knight e4, supporting your bishop, attacking his queen, and attacking his f6 point. If knight e4, of course, you simply play rook e7 check, king over, and bishop takes e4, and this will leave white at least one piece ahead. If queen d5, you then have rook takes f6, pawn takes, and knight check, forking the king and queen. After bishop takes on f6, hitting the rook. Black can then play rook to g8, threatening mate on g2. But, again, the move is everything in chess. Queen e1 check, bishop e6, and then bishop e4. Here we can see the bishop pair in all their glory. The queen is attacked. The bishop defends the g2 threat. The white queen threatens to slide over to b4 and into e7 mate maybe, or the pawn on b7 could be taken. The white rook could swing over to the d file. In short, the black king is not very safe here. White has tremendous compensation, a bishop, a pawn, and a weak king to attack. But in the game, black went ahead and accepted the sacrifice with bishop takes. But let's just see that shot again. After rook e1, a6, wasting a critical tempo, leaving the queen on an unprotected square. Bad idea. Rook takes e6 check. Bishop e6, and then bishop b5 check. A b5, queen takes d4, but black played rook d8 and thought he might get a little counterattack based on the weak white first rank. After queen b6, he then played b4, hoping that if the knight moves, he'll slap in rook d1 check. But, again, having the move, time is a very valuable commodity in chess. He played queen b5 check. After rook d7, I guess we make a quick note there that if bishop interposes, then you have queen e2 check, followed by moving your knight, and everything's covered. After queen b5 check, the rook is interposed and it's pinned. Therefore, if it's pinned, you're free to move your knight away because a pinned rook can't deliver mate. And after knight d5, bishop g5, h6, and bishop h4, black resigned. That's a 19-move Sicilian crush. Our next game features Grand Maestro himself, Evgeny Sveshnikov, playing one of his favorite variations and our weapon, d takes c5 with an early knight a3. This is against Paoli in Bulgaria, 1973. Let's take a look. e4, c5, c3, d5, e takes d, queen takes, and d4. After knight c6, right away he hits him with d takes c5. As Sveshnikov explained, once the knight is on c6, d takes c5 is very convenient for white because it's not so easy for the black queen, once she's on c5, to hustle back to c7. And again, no need to rush with bishop e3 because the queen is not so well placed, and that was his logic for coming up with knight a3. After e5, knight b5 right away, the queen hustles back to e7. But again, we're talking traffic jam here. If the queen is on e7, how's this bishop getting out? Bishop e3. Put a little touch on the a7 pawn. And b6. Not a great response. But on a6, one of Sveshnikov's early games, before he discovered the power of queen a4, was bishop c5. And after queen takes c5, knight c7 check, king e7, and knight a8. But after knight f6, black definitely has some compensation due to white's lack of development and black's pair of bishops. But in this game, played in 73, after bishop e3, black didn't even play a6, he played b6. And now, Sveshnikov played very nice chess here. Queen f3. Attacking the knight, taking advantage of the soft diagonal here, and gaining time to get castled. After bishop b7, note that e4 attacks the queen, but the queen becomes the attacker by supporting knight to c7 check. So therefore, after queen f3, black, Paoli, played bishop b7, and white castled. The threat, of course, is knight d6 check. So after castles, black felt compelled to play rook d8. And here's the part I like. He played rook d8, and after knight d8, showing complete flexibility, the queen returned home to d1, threatening to swing out to the other side. Black played bishop c6. In Sveshnikov's first win ever over Grandmaster Mark Taimanov, he reached the same position, and Taimanov played knight c6. After queen a4, notice the exchange of rooks has probably helped white because black has even less force in the sector that will be attacked. a6, knight f3, f6, trying to reinforce things. Note that ab, bishop b5, queen e6, knight e5, and after queen takes, bishop check, check, and queen check, the black king is basically pretty naked. Overwhelming compensation here for a piece. I think if king e7, probably bishop b6, or bishop d2, simply threatening the pin. Either one looks pretty powerful. Back to the game at hand, after f6, Sveshnikov grabbed the pawn on b6. And after a b5, bishop takes b5. He has 3 passed pawns on this side, even though he only has 2 pawns in the material count. But after queen e6, rook e1, he now threatens knight d4, piling on the pinned piece. After knight e7, the bishop slid back to c4. And after knight d5, note that queen c8 gets hammered by queen b3. Really nice flexibility. What I like about this was the queen f3 and then back to d1 up to a4, and now he was on b5 and a4, and he slides back to this new weakened highway, super highway for the white pieces on the light squares. The threat is simply bishop f7 check, king up, and bishop e6 check. So in the game, after bishop b5, queen e6, rook e1, knight e7, bishop c4, Taimanov put his knight in on d5. But after the quiet move queen b5, white won the pinned knight, had a huge advantage, and won the game in 52 moves. That was Sveshnikov's first win ever over a grandmaster. That was in Russia in 1972. But going back to our game at hand here, after queen b1, black played bishop c6. Queen a4 anyway, threatening to grab that valuable a7 pawn. Queen d7, and then knight f3, threatening the e pawn. Here, black gave up the bishop with bishop f3. Note that f6, bishop c4, followed by rook d1 would be just crushing attack. So, after bishop f3, gf3, black played knight back to c6, white went bishop c4, and black resigned. If knight f6, rook d1, queen b7, and knight a7, the splattering process starts. Queen a7, queen c6 check, knight d7, and take your pick. Bishop g5 is very strong, but I like the straightforward splatter with bishop check. After king f7, rook d7 should dice and splice. Again, after bishop c4, another 16-move c3 crush. This one by the maestro himself, Evgeny Sveshnikov. Our next game again features Grandmaster Evgeny Sveshnikov, and this time against Vladimir Permyakov in Latvia, 1994. In this game, Sveshnikov sacrifices his isolated d-pawn for just a little positional pressure. But an exchange sacrifice soon follows that fuels the white initiative and leads to a quick knockout. So, let's take a look. Queen takes, d4, knight f6, knight f3, and e6, boxing in the bishop. Sveshnikov plays the quiet bishop e2, and after bishop e7, castles, castles, and an early knight e5. This is a little different plan. When we say quiet bishop e2, well, there is an idea, and quite often it's to put the bishop on f3 and go for pressure on the queen side. In fact, after rook d8, he does exactly that, bishop f3. After queen back to d6, he now plays knight a3. After cd, cd, white does in fact have the isolated pawn. But trying to grab it right away is probably not a good idea, because after knight b5, the black rooks have problems. So after cd4, black plays knight a6. Well, that's not a great square for this knight, to be truthful, but he's concerned about putting it on c6 and getting a weak pawn. However, life can be full of tough choices. In the game, white now played knight at a to c4, and black took the pawn on d4. White, of course, having just sacked a pawn, does not want to trade queens. Instead, he reinforced his knights and prepares bishop to e3. After knight d5, black has cut off the d-file. White is now free to play rook d1. Queen has to nudge out, and then bishop to h5. A very interesting maneuver. Here, he's just sacrificed a pawn, but rather than do anything right away, he quietly provokes a weakness in the black king position, and then simply retreats. Well, black lashes out with b5, feeling the urge to do something and get developed. But unfortunately, after knight a5, the knight covers the b7 square that his bishop needs to go to, and black has now weakened himself on the c6 square as well. After knight to b8, well, that's kind of a sad case to have to cover the square like that, because now, look at the undevelopment. White just quietly plays a3. As Sveshnikov said, such a move can be psychologically quite damaging, because it shows black that you can take your time, that he's in a bind. After queen b6, b4, white has a small positional advantage in return for his pawn. Queen d6, bishop b2, white would still be for choice. But after b4, black uncorked bishop to d7. And what's wrong with bishop d7? Well, it guards the c6 square, but it weakens the d5 square. Sveshnikov now whips out rook takes d5. This gorgeous exchange sacrifice is seen the point of after pawn takes on d5, bishop takes d5, and suddenly the bishop on d5 is a monster, threatening f7, threatening the rook in the corner. Black went in for tactics with queen d4, banking on the loose bishop and the loose rook, offering him some compensation. But unfortunately, bishop takes f7 check, and his king now has a sad choice. If king g7, bishop b2 sees the king and the queen all on the same diagonal. This just looks like an accident waiting to happen. So wanting to avoid that, after bishop f7 check, Black put his king on f8. Well, he did avoid bishop b2, but he walked right smack into bishop h6 mate. And just like that, we have a 23-move Sicilian crush. Our next c3 crush features Grandmaster Evgeny Sveshnikov playing his patented knight a3 against the g6 setup that Black plays. Let's take a look. e4, c5, c3, d5, ed5, queen d5, knight f3, knight f6, d4, and now on g6, knight a3. Sveshnikov's point is his setup with bishop g7 is a bit slow. White now plays bishop to c4, queen e4, and bishop e3. Very important point to note here, of course, is that knight g4 walks smack into bishop check. So, instead, Black castles. White castles, and Black plays cd4. But now, White takes with the knight, and after knight c6, plays rook e1. Suddenly the queen on e4 is a little bit exposed, and the black pawn on e7 could be on pre. Queen h4, the idea here, of course, is he would like to play knight g4, threatening the h2 pawn and the valuable dark squared bishop. Note that, of course, knight f3 can still be met with knight takes on e3. So after queen h4, Sveshnikov plays h3, keeping control of the g4 square. Black plays bishop d7, and White now plays bishop f1. I think here, reasoning two things. One, this knight would probably like to come to c4 and help control the e5 square. And two, having weakened his king side with h3, one intuitively feels that it probably needs to be strengthened a touch. Let's see how it plays out. Black now plays e6, and presumably the idea of e6 is that he wants to be able to put his knight on d5, pressure the e3, d4 complex. However, the drawbacks to e6 are one, the bishop on d7 doesn't have a lot of scope, and two, the d6 square is now weak. Probably rook at a to d8 would have been better. After g3, queen back to e4, and bishop g2, queen e5, queen b3. White's a bit better, but the game goes on. Instead, after e6, knight back to f3, attacking the queen. Queen went to h5, and now the very nice bishop to g5. Remember a few games ago we mentioned this idea of a bishop being used to wall in an enemy queen. This is a prime example of it. Look what happens. The threat is simply to capture on f6, capture, and capture on d7. Now that said, Black protected the bishop on d7 with knight b8. But this kind of undevelopment is really ugly, because if the knight's not out, how's the rook getting out? A little more prudent would have been undevelopment with bishop c8, but in any event, after g4, Black would have to cough up a piece for only two pawns with knight g4, hg4, queen g4, but after bishop g2, of course, White is clearly winning. So in the game, after knight to b8, Sveshnikov showed total flexibility in thinking. We've seen this from him before. An elegant little rook lift suddenly exposes the queen on h5. Threat is simply to capture on f6 and expose the rook on the queen. After knight c6, Sveshnikov swings the rook over to b5. He now has multiple threats. First and foremost is bishop takes f6, exposing the rook on the queen. Second, he threatens bishop takes f6, followed by simply queen d7, grabbing a piece. And third, he also threatens simply rook takes on b7. Black, seeing the ship going down, threw in knight to d4. Sveshnikov played the simplest result, queen takes d4, bishop b5, and knight b5. So he already has two pieces for only a rook. After rook at f to d8, he now played queen f4, and black resigned. First and foremost, the threat is simply bishop takes f6. Notice the knight on f6 is actually pinned to the rook. Therefore, if the knight does move, it needs to attack something of equal or greater value, thus the queen. But then the queen can swing over to a4. Now the rook is attacked, and if bishop f6, pawn to g4 would complete the job of trapping the black queen. So again, after queen f4, we have another 20-move c3 crush. In our next c3 crush, we see Grandmaster Evgeny Sveshnikov arrive at a c3 Sicilian via the Cairo Khan. This is against Lazaros Vezentadios, and this is in Athens, 1983. Let's take a look. e4, c6, d4, d5, ed5, cd5, c4, knight c6, and now, after cd5, queen d5, by transposition, after knight f3, we readily recognize one of our key positions. Bishop g4, of course, would be the Kasparov variation, and e6. But again, e6 boxes in the bishop on c8. Now, knight c3, attacking the queen, and queen a5. Bishop d3, putting the bishop aimed at the king side. Knight f6, castles, bishop e7, and now, little space gaining queen a3. After a6, b4. Black retreats the queen. First thing to note here is that knight b4, a b4, queen a1, queen b3, and as often happens, the black queen is kind of snagged here. Next move will probably be bishop b2, trapping the queen. This is a thematic motif that comes up. In fact, we saw something like this in the history section with Capablanca and again with Alekhine. So let's go back after b4, queen c7. Now, queen c2, b5, and rook e1. Black played bishop b7, and Sveshnikov sacrificed the d-pawn. Black played e takes d5, but it would have been more prudent to retreat with knight d8 and try to hunker down. After e takes d5, bishop g5, and suddenly the white pieces all come to life. Black has problems due to white's tremendous lead in development and black's failure to get castled. In the end, black decided on king f8. Note that if castles, you have the shot, bishop takes h7 check. Knight takes, and then knight d5, with a triple attack on the e7 bishop. After queen d7, knight e7 check, knight e7, rook e7, queen c6, and then the simplest is queen f5, just maintain a solid extra pawn for the white team. Notice that knight g5 can now be met by queen g5. So after bishop g5, black played king f8. Sveshnikov now captured on f6, and after bishop takes, knight d5. The queen on c7, the bishop on f6 are both attacked. White also has the possibility of queen c5 check. And that's what happened in the game. After queen d6, knight takes on f6, queen takes on f6, and queen c5 check. Black king moved over to g8, but the problem now, the rook in the corner, the king on the back rank. Queen came on into b6, and suddenly it's not so easy to defend these pieces. Bishop c8, of course, allows rook e8 mate, and after rook b8, Sveshnikov finished the game nicely with queen takes b7. The point being that if rook b7, of course, rook e8 mate. The second point after queen b7 is that if white tries to get desperado with queen a1, deflecting the rook, you have queen takes b8, Schwischen Schach. A Schwischen Schach is an in-between move, or a Zwischenzug move, that's a check. Hence the German term Schwischen Schach. Well, this, of course, after knight d8, simply rook a1, and white emerges a piece up. So after 21, queen takes b7, we have another 21-move c3 crush. Another strong Russian master who adopted the c3 Sicilian back in the 70s was Vladislav Vorotnikov, a fierce attacking player, and in this game he shows us how to attack with the isolated pawn. After e4, c5, c3, d5, ed5, queen d5, d4, e6, knight f3, knight c6, and now he also goes for the bishop d3 move order. Again, d takes c5, but bishop d3 has been played. Knight f6, castles, bishop e7, and bishop e3. Now, first off to note, remember, castles is a mistake because dc5, bishop c5, and bishop h7 check. We saw this earlier, and bishop c5 with the winning game for white. So going back after bishop e3, black in this game played c takes d4. C takes d4, white has the isolated pawn, but has c3 available for his knight. After castles, knight c3, queen back to d8. Queen d6 is considered more accurate. That gives the possibility of queen b4 and the possibility of rook d8. Queen d8, a touch passive. a3, b6, and now bishop c2. White goes for this formation with if bishop b7, queen d3, and this can be quite dangerous. He plays rook d1, bishop g5. On g6, he plays h6 and rook e1. At some moment, he plays d5. And then black can get into a world of trouble. I was quite aware of this back in 1983 when I had this position against Florin Gheorghiu, arguably one of the best Romanian grandmasters of all time. So I played, with black, the hyperextended fianchetto. I went bishop a6. Well, of course, I didn't think he wasn't going to, just let me have the rook. But the main purpose was, when he played rook e1, is that I wanted to keep his queen off of that deadly d3 square. I think that game continued, like rook c8, b4. Otherwise, white has no initiative. He can't get his kingside attack going, and I barricade in on the light squares. And then I played bishop c4. And he may have even gone b5 and knight e5, now that I recollect. But even so, I thwarted his build-up with bishop c2 and queen d3, and the game ended in a draw in about 27 moves. In this game, after bishop c2, black was not quite as on point and just played routine development with bishop b7. After queen d3, g6, white now pops in with the bishop to h6. Again, we see if the queen was on d6, the rook could now swing much more actively over to d8 and pressure the d-pawn. Instead, the rook has to go to a more passive square on e8. Rook at f to e1, knight to d5, and rook at a to d1. White's just going for basic centralization. Black now plays knight takes c3, b takes c3, and as we mentioned earlier, quite often when you have these weak pawns, you have to be thinking of them as bait. In some cases, use them to lure the enemy pieces out of position, and that's exactly what happens here in this game in 1975. Black now plays bishop takes a3. What? He thinks we're in the endgame? Who was it that mentioned gods put the middle game before the endgame? So if black gets checkmated, and we don't see a lot of pieces over here by his king, having an outside passed pawn in the endgame isn't going to really mean too much, because he might not make it there. And that's what happened. Knight to g5. Well, now, in this game, he played knight e7. But to show this is not the only black player to play like this, there was another game Potkin had, bishop e7. But then, the stunning sacrifice, knight takes f7, king takes f7, followed by rook takes e6. Now, the choices are king e6, queen h3 check. Notice king f7, bishop b3, queen d5, and bishop d5 mate. And after queen h3 check, king d6, you have bishop f4 check. On knight e5, well, king d5, bishop b3, king e4, queen f3, king f5, and bishop h6 mate. So let's go back. King d6, bishop f4 check, knight e5, and this is just really bad. To start with, you could just play pawn takes check, and you'll win at least the queen. So going back, after the stunning rook e6, Potkin, Galkin, Russia, 2004, which again shows that history repeats itself 25 or 30 years later, black played bishop f6. After rook e8, queen e8, note again, queen e8, bishop b3 check is deadly, king e7, rook e1 check, and after bishop f6, rook e8, king e8, Potkin should have played queen c4 with a winning attack. After queen d6, he then has rook e1 check, knight e7, and rook e6, splitting the queen and bishop. After queen d5, simply queen d5, bishop d5, and rook f6, white has two bishops and one extra pawn. Very, very good winning chances. So in our game, played in 1975 after knight g5, again, notice that when he played bishop takes on a3, he took away control of this g5 square, which is what allowed this knight to pop up here. Black played knight e7. His idea is he wants to play knight to f5 and eliminate this bishop. After knight e7, white played queen h3. And we can see h7, f7, e6. These squares are all under tremendous pressure from the white pieces. If you do a force count, you see white has a lot more force in the sector where he's trying to attack. That's the way it should be. After knight f5, white now played very, very instructive. He played d5. And this is exactly the type of breakthrough you have to always be looking for when you have the isolated pawn or the hanging pawns. Because if you don't execute the breakthrough when you have a moment, your pawns will simply be blockaded and become weak. And over time, black will catch up in development and your advantage in time will dissipate. So here, the first point is that if bishop takes d5, you have c4 winning a piece. The next point after d5 is that if e takes d5, well, now you play bishop f5, gf5, queen f5, and the black king side is just in shatters. In fact, queen h7 check is happening pretty shortly. So after d5, black decided he needed to have a little more juice over here on the king side and brought his queen up. But after d takes e6, f takes e6, it was penetration with rook d7. Black decided to eliminate the bishop, queen takes, and now white has deadly threats. Queen takes h7, as well as rook takes on b7. Black played rook e7. Now here, it looks tempting for white to play knight h7, because if rook takes, you have queen takes. But black has the counter and threatens queen takes e1 mate. Continuing on, white could salvage equality with queen check, king over, and queen f6 check. But after queen takes and knight takes, again, materials equal, black has a bishop pair, black's certainly okay. In the game, white exchanged rooks. Black took with a queen, because of course he needs to defend the h7 square, and now rook takes e6. Black played queen to g7, offering to trade queens, and seems to be surviving. It would seem he has everything pretty well under control, and you would think at this point white needs to simply back his queen out of dodge and regroup. And here, rook takes g6 was the knockout punch. Black resigned. Why? If h takes g6, you have bishop b3 check. Once you study the position, you realize the king only has one square, and that allows knight e6 fork. So let's take another look. In this position, white would like to play bishop b3 check, but his rook is in the way. So this is a stunning clearance sacrifice. He clears the b3 g8 diagonal, and he also clears the e6 square. Beautiful coordination. So rook takes g6, pins the queen to the king. It's defended by the bishop, so he can't take with the queen. And when he does take with a pawn, bishop to b3 check, the diagonal has been cleared, the king has to go over, and then the knight fork is available because the e6 square is clear. Very, very easy to see how black could have overlooked that one. But we have another 26th move, c3 crush. Among the British grandmasters that like to play the c3 Sicilian, of course we mentioned Murray Chandler and Gary Lane, but also John Nunn. Now Dr. Nunn likes to play, or did when he was active, play very long analytical variations, very sharp attacking chess. His game with Grandmaster Myron Scher from Denmark, 1994, shows exactly that. d5, ed5, queen d5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, and bishop g4. Now, instead of our weapon, d takes c5, Dr. Nunn plays bishop e2. On e6, he plays h3, bishop h5, And now the ultra sharp, again knight a3 is good, but he plays the ultra sharp c4. After queen d6, he now plays g4. And on bishop g6, extremely sharp, d5. Black plays knight b4, threatening knight c2 check. And Nunn simply castles and ignores the threat. Black now plays f6, which is given a question mark. Knight c2, knight c3, knight a1, queen a4 check is rather complicated. After queen d7 and knight b5, it's considered white has pretty good prospects. I guess the main threat is knight e5. After knight b4 castles, black played f6. White now simply developed with knight c3, and on knight c2, played knight b5, queen b6, and bishop f4. Black now played e5, and Nunn has no hesitation whatsoever in sacrificing a piece for attack. Knight takes e5, f takes e5, and bishop e5. So white has gotten 2 pawns for the piece. He's ready to play rook c1 and send this knight packing. Meanwhile, if this rook gets captured, he can check and capture the rook on a8. All very complicated. Black castled, and now, instead of the expected rook c1, saving the rook, attacking the knight, Dr. Nunn played g5. The point being that if knight a1, he goes bishop g4 check. And on rook d7, he can capture, king takes, queen g4 check, king d8, and bishop c7 check. After he's done splicing the king and queen, he'll recoup the knight in the corner for a material advantage. After g5, black figured better not allow the check on g4 and played h5. But now, Nunn did finally play rook to the c file. After knight b4, he went on in for bishop c7. Black realized he's going to lose something, went ahead and sacrificed the queen. If queen a6, bishop d8, king d8, and a3, and this poor knight is trapped. So after bishop c7, queen b5, cb5, king takes c7, bishop c4, knight e7, queen to f3, knight to c2, and rook to d1. Black now played knight d4, but of course without hesitation, Dr. Nunn removed black's best piece. And after cd4, queen f4 check, king d7, he now, the little chip shot. Note that rook d6, b6 check, a b6, and bishop b5 check is a pretty clean scissor. The point of bishop b5 check, of course, is the king will be unable to go to d7 and keep the rook on d6 protected. So after queen f4 check, king went over to d7, and now the little chip shot b6 brought resignation. Again, another clearance sacrifice. The point being that a b6, bishop b5 check, and someone has to interpose. Looks like the knight would have to. After b6, well, black could try a6, but again, queen c7 check, king e8, d6, and the attack just keeps rolling. One feature about this game, of course, is you'll notice all the undeveloped pieces here. A little sparkling game by Dr. John Nunn. Another 26-move c3 crush. In our next game, Alexander Karpachev is white against Ulrich Fitzke from Germany, 2001. And here, Karpachev gives a very nice demonstration of how to play with the hanging pawns and the initiative. Let's take a look. e4, c5, c3, knight c6, and d4. After cd, cd, d5, takes on d5, queen takes, knight f3, we have a very recognizable c3 Sicilian position. Black plays e6, again, as we said many times, blocking in the bishop. Knight c3, bishop b4, bishop d3, knight f6, and castles. The queen either has to move, or the bishop has to capture the knight. In this game, black gives up the bishop and gives white the hanging pawns, and before the bishop can slide to a3, he gets castled. No worries, white plays rook e1, and black plays b6. But now, bishop g5 threatens to disrupt the king side. Here, black played knight to d7. Worried about his king side being mussed up, probably more prudent would have been to play bishop b7. If white does give up the bishop to mess up the king side, the g file will be open and he will have play on the long diagonal. But after the passive knight d7, bishop to e4, highlighted the unprotected nature of the black pieces. And after queen d6, white very instructively struck immediately with d5. This is very important. He opens the position before black can reorganize and complete his development. After e takes d5, bishop takes d5. The threat is simple. Bishop takes f7 check. Discovered attack, winning the black queen. After bishop takes d5, black now has to make further concessions. He could play king h8, but then the shot bishop e7. And after knight e7, bishop takes a8, snags an exchange. So instead, he played queen c7. But in similar fashion, bishop e7 was very strong. However, even stronger after queen c7 was the fantastic shot bishop to f4 double exclamation point. How does this work? Well, if queen takes f4, and what choice does he have? You play bishop takes c6. You're attacking the rook on a8 and the knight on d7. After rook b8, you grab the knight on d7. And after rook d8, trying to pin you, well, actually here I guess you have two solutions. One would be to play rook e8 check, simply exchanging rooks. The other would be to play queen a4, connecting the dots. By putting your queen vis-a-vis his queen, he has no time to capture the bishop on d7. So again, let's recap. Bishop e7 was a strong move. Bishop f4 was an instant winner. I mean, what could he do? Any move like queen b7 walks into a pin, knight d4 just piles it on. Bishop f4 is really a nice touch. But bishop e7 was good, and after knight e7, rook e7 was even stronger than grabbing the rook on a8. Black played queen back, attacking the rook. Note that if rook b8, bishop f7 check, rook f7, and the simple queen d5 completely takes advantage of the pinned knight and the pinned rook, and the lack of coordination of the black pieces. So in the game after rook takes e7, black played queen to d8. And here, white played a nice finishing touch. Simplifying combination, if you will. Rook takes on d7. After bishop d7, the simple bishop a8 left white a solid piece ahead. Black resigned. Another 19-move c3 crush. The c3 Sicilian has been in the toolkit of a number of professional grandmasters for several years. One player, Grandmaster Pavel Blatny, who's milked it over the years for quite a number of victories, plays a very nice game here against Agnieszka Brusman from Poland, 1987. After e4, c5, c3, d5, ed5, queen d5, d4, e6, again blocking in the bishop, knight f3, knight a3 deserves consideration, knight f3, knight f6, and now knight a3. Black played one of the better moves here, queen back to d8 right away. After bishop f4, black now played a6 to keep the pieces off of b5. But here, Blatny shows he knows what's going on and plays d takes c5, inviting black to an endgame. After queen d1, rook d1, bishop takes c5, the knight comes to c4, and we can see it's a convergence on d6. After knight d5, attacking the bishop, black's trying to mask off the weakness on d6. But Blatny, heads up play, gives knight d6 check anyway. After king e7, he now checks out with knight f5. Point being that e takes f5, rook d5 leaves black in a difficult situation. After bishop b6, bishop d6 check, king e8, knight d4, bishop e6, knight takes, pawn takes, and rook d2, white has the type of advantage any professional player would love to have. Two bishops, queenside majority. I would play this opening position every game of the year with white if I could. But let's go back. After knight f5 check, there's also king f6, attacking the knight. And then, even with queens off the board, the fun begins. You go bishop g5 check. If king f5, bishop d3 check. If king g4, h3 check. And on king g5, h5, you go g4 mate. Let's go back. After bishop g5, if king g6, you then go knight h4 check. And on king h5, a little attraction action, with g4 check. King g4, rook g1 check, king h5, and now knight e5, preparing the deadly bishop e2 check. That would be mate. So after knight e5, black can toss in knight f4. You take that, and after king h4, you simply go back. Bishop g5 check, king h5, and bishop e2 mate. So where does all this leave us? After knight d6 check, king e7, knight f5 check, the king went back to f8. And here, consummate professional, Latney, now plays bishop c4. Another developing move with tempo. The point being, after knight f4, rook d8 mate. So after bishop c4, knight c6, you simply grab a pawn. Takes, takes, rook takes, and you're hitting the bishop on c5. The beauty of bishop c4 is, look at the white development. 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces out, and a rook on an open file. Black has 2 pieces out. Clearly, something has gone wrong for black in this game. So after e takes f5, bishop takes d5. Now, just from a structural point of view, endgames are already now close to winning for white, because 4 versus 3 with the double pawns, you cannot by force create a passed pawn, for example, in a king and pawn ending. Whereas 3 versus 2, creating a passed pawn, as we saw in the endgame section, is a piece of cake. After king e7, white castled, and again we can see white has a monstrous lead in development. After knight c6, bishop g5 check, black has some unpleasant choices. If king f8, simply bishop takes c6, bc6, and rook d8 mate. After bishop g5, if f6, similar, rook e1 check, king f8, take on c6 opening the d-file, and after bc6, rook d8 will skewer the rook. You'll probably double rooks on the back rank afterwards and win more material. So going back, after bishop g5 check, the black king had to play to the d-file, and I'm sure that was not a happy choice. White went ahead and grabbed a pawn with bishop f7 check, ensures a winning material advantage, and after king c7, bishop f4 check, king b6, and rook at ft1. My goodness, as Roman Ginginhashvili once said about such a position, white has the pawn and the compensation. The black pieces can barely move. This bishop has no developing move. This bishop can be kicked at our pleasure with b4, and the rooks are in the corner. Total disaster. But the finish is still instructive. h6, b4. Bishop back to e7, and now knight e5. Knight threatens this knight, undermining the protection of the bishop, and threatens knight to g6, winning more material. After bishop f6, rook d6, powering in. Knight c4 check, of course, was good too, but rook d8, and now knight c4 check. King had to slide back to a7, and bishop e3 check. King had to go to b8, and we can see this poor rook on a8 may never get into the action. Rook d8, knight d8, and now bishop d5, simply retreating and keeping him tied up. After a5, b5 keeps him locked in. After bishop d7, you could play knight b6, but why bother? Simply a4. After bishop takes c3, rook c1, black decided he'd had enough. What's going on? Well, if bishop f6, simply knight b6. The threat, of course, is knight takes bishop mate. After knight b6, bishop e6, you simply exchange bishops and knight d7 mate. And pity the poor rook on a8 never even got moved, not once the whole game. So this was a little longer, more like a real game, 29 moves, but essentially it was over right out of the opening, about 15 moves in. Once white played knight f5 check, king f8, and bishop c4, white has just an overwhelming lead in development, and black managed to only lose one pawn. Our next game is another little jewel from our in-game specialist, Vladimir Potkin. This game is against Gyozo Pataki from the Czech Republic and continues e4, c5, c3, d5, ed5, queen d5, d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, again blocking in the bishop, and now Potkin plays bishop e3, trying to encourage the exchange on d4. After cd4, instead of playing for the endgame with queen takes d4, he takes on the isolated pawn. Knight c6, knight c3, and now queen d6. Much better than the queen d8 we saw earlier. He plays a3, and after bishop e7, bishop d3, castles, castles, b6. Instead of the bishop c3, queen d3 setup that we saw Vorotnikov adopt, he goes for simple centralization with queen e2. After bishop b7, rook at a to d1. Note, he does have the isolated pawn, but this knight is far away from d5. It's very hard for black to arrange his pieces for an effective blockade, and the pawn is extremely well defended. After rook at f to d8, he centralizes his second rook. Potkin's play is very classical, very economical. All the pieces to the center of the board. After rook at a to c8, now with the pawn adequately defended, he improves the location of the bishop. This creates possibilities of bishop takes f6 and play on the diagonal. Black now plays queen b8 and bishop b1. After rook d7, it appears black is getting ready to double rooks. Black also protects his bishop on e7. White could swing in with knight e5. That has to be calculated at every turn. But Potkin strikes with d5, noticing a few loose pieces in the black position. Black now plays rook takes d5. You might ask, why would he give up an exchange? After d5, why not the natural knight takes d5? And the answer is knight takes d5. And the choices are, if rook takes d5, rook d5, e d5, you capture a piece on e7. After rook e8, pinning, but not winning because you play queen d3, shifting to the diagonal. After knight e7, you now play the defender elimination sacrifice, rook takes e7, the point being that after rook takes, you have queen check, king over, and queen h8 mate. Note if that was a knight on e7, he would now avoid the worst by playing knight back to g8. Thus, the point of rook takes e7. So after d5, black had to play rook takes d5. But now, knight takes d5, e takes d5, and queen d3 again, threatening simply to take on f6 and play queen takes h7 check. Black now plays knight e4. One point to notice in such positions is that g6, with your rooks in the center of the board, you have combinations like rook takes and bishop takes, winning more material. Therefore, after queen d3, black had to toss in knight e4. But now, very heads-up play. Rook takes, the point being that if bishop g5, simple retreat, rook back to e2, and he has the double threat of knight takes g5 and queen takes h7 and mate. So after rook takes e4, black took the rook, queen takes, and now black played g6. White took the bishop on e7, and black pinned his hopes on the pin on the bishop against the queen, hoping to recoup the bishop and reestablish material equality, only to be hit with bishop d6, a counterattack on the black queen. The point being that if rook e8, bishop b8, the rook is attacked, and after bishop d6, if queen d6, you have queen e8 check. So after 23 bishop d6, black resigned. Another 23 move c3 crush. Our next game features c3 specialist Grandmaster Duško Pavasević. Here he's playing Godkin Podolesnik in Slovenia 2006. And this is extremely important to our repertoire because it's in the endgame, and theoretical endgame at that. After knight f3, e6, bishop e3, knight f6, d takes c5. We get this type of endgame that we've discussed before, where black elects to be a pawn down but have certain compensation. After knight g4, b4. White holds on to the pawn. After a5, bishop b5. White even shows that he'll give up the bishops in order to hold on to the pawn. After bishop d7, he now plays a3. Black plays bishop e7 and relies on his bishop pair to give compensation. And here, This is a very instructive maneuver that Kovacevic now shows. He plays rook a2. After a takes b4, he makes the capture c takes b4, maintaining the integrity of his pawn structure. And he's able to do this because if knight b4, he has bishop d7 check, king takes d7, rook d2 check, and after the knight interposes, he has e4 winning the knight. So again, this is a very instructive maneuver, rook a2. So after a b4, c b4, black settled for bishop f6. But now, rook d2, and we can see white is holding on to these trump queenside pawns and putting pressure on the bishop on d7. Black does not seem to have enough compensation at this point. So black starts in with g5, white plays knight d4. Why? When you're material ahead, you want to exchange pieces. After king e7, he gives up the bishop for the knight, and after bc6, he plays rook f1. So, white has the knight pair, solid 3-1 queenside majority, and actually has a passed a-pawn already. And he now has the f-file. After h5, I'm not really sure what we're attacking over there if I'm black. I would have been thinking maybe to play more like bishop to e5. After king c2, g4, the attack at nothing continues, and now rook at d to f2. Well, it's pretty clear what white is attacking, the bishop and the pawn. After rook h6, king to b3. We see a little role change. The king, again, is worth about 3.5 points in the endgame. Very useful. It defends the pawn on a3, and that frees the knight to come join into the attack in the center. Bishop e8. Someone's got to defend the f7 pawn. And now knight c3. Bishop to e5, a little late. He finally starts attacking the king side. And this is the moment. White now uncorks a beautiful exchange sacrifice. Rook takes on f7 check. This deflects the enemy bishop from the defense of the c6 pawn. After bishop takes f7, knight c6 check, forking the king and the remaining bishop. King drop back to e8, and now knight takes, and we can assess. White now has a knight and count them, three connected passed pawns for a rook. Sounds like a good deal to me. But not only does he have a knight, but let's look at these knights. What a knight! Right there on e5, at the moment untouchable any of the enemy pieces, and this poor bishop is just blocked in. Meanwhile, the other knight has lots of opportunities. What a crushing, devastating attack. Let's go back and take a look at that. Rook takes f7 check, bishop takes, and knight c6 check. When the king moved, knight takes e5, giving white a completely dominating position. After bishop g8, the other knight threatens to fork on c7. After rook h7 to stop the fork, the knight pops into d6 check. After king e7, the teammate goes to g6 check, and black resigned. He'd seen enough. If king d7, knight to f8 check, and after knight g6 check, if king d8, rook to f8 check. Oh my goodness, what a nightmare. But a beautiful game and very instructive endgame from Grandmaster Duško Kovacevic. Our final game in the C3 Crush section and on DVD 4 features former world champion Vladimir Kramnik. Here he's playing very strong Grandmaster, GM Jerome Piquet, and this is in the Monaco Rapid Tournament in 1995. Let's take a look. E4, C5, C3, D5, E takes D5, Queen takes D5, D4, Knight C6, and Knight F3. Piquet plays C takes D4, C takes D4, and the immediate E5. Kramnik whips out Knight C3, Bishop B4, and Bishop D2. After Bishop C3, Bishop C3, E4, Knight E5, Knight takes, D takes, and Knight E7. If you recall, we saw this first in the famous Nimzovich game in the historic section. And Kramnik, in fact, plays Queen A4 check, which is the move we like. After Bishop D7, he also plays Queen A3. We covered this quite extensively in the theoretical game section, and this is how we recommended playing. Piquet now played bishop g4. If you remember in the historical game, e3 was played. After bishop g4, Kramnik now plays h3. The point of bishop g4 is he keeps the rook off of d1. So after h3, bishop h5, Kramnik chases the bishop with g4. Now, if bishop g6, rook d1, queen c6, queen d6, and white's in charge. So after g4, Piquet tries to muddy the waters with e3, unleashing a discovered attack on the rook and threatening pawn takes pawn check. Kramnik plays rook h2, solving both problems. Now, after e f2, rook f2, bishop g6, the white pieces coordinate beautifully with bishop g2. After queen d3, note that bishop e4 would get slapped by queen a4 check with a serious double attack, winning the bishop. And after bishop g2, queen d3, there's nothing to keep you from playing rook d1 and continuing on. Black has problems. Queen a4 check would also be pretty tasty. So after rook h2, Piquet backed up with his bishop, and now f takes e3, queen f3, looking to get compensation and expose the king. Kramnik now came back up with queen f4 check, queen a4 check, and after knight c6, queen f4 starts gluing the structure together if black exchanges. So black had to beat a quick retreat, and now rook d2. And after queen c5, Kramnik played h4. Castles is probably quite okay as well, but h4 keeps black from rushing to castle kingside, and with the rook on the d-file, he can hardly castle queenside, so h4 really creates problems for the black king. After h5, now he goes ahead and castles, but also strong was e6, fe, and bishop g7, totally destroying the black king side. But in the game after h5, castles is quite good too. Hard to argue with a move that doubles rook on the open d-file. And now black played rook c8. Presumably with rook c8, he would like to sneak in knight b4 and knight a2 checkmate. But the good news is it's white's move. Kramnik now plays rook to d5. After queen b6, he tosses in the pawn with e6. After castles, rook b5, addressing the black queen, and on queen a6, rook takes h5, and the discovered attack on the bishop, on the queen, black resigned. Why? Well, here's the beauty. After queen takes a2, suddenly rook h8 check. Very geometric. King takes and queen h6 check. King g8 and queen takes g7 mate. I really like the finish to this game. Shows full range of the chessboard geometry. Let's take another look. Rook b5, queen a6, and rook takes h5. If queen a2, rook h8 check, king takes, queen check, and mate. Another 26 move c3 crush. Thank you for taking time to view this series of c3 DVDs. Once again, I would say that c3 Sicilian is a fantastic opening. It meets all of our criteria. Certainly, it's an opening you can play for a lifetime. In terms of company, you're in the company of world champions. Alekhine, Capablanca, we saw in the history section. Modern-day world champions like Kasparov, Karpov, and of course Kramnik have all played the c3 Sicilian on occasion. In terms of British players, you have Grandmasters Nunn, Murray Chandler, Gary Lane, and here in the U.S. we've had Grandmasters World Junior Champion Ilya Gurevich, three-time U.S. Champion Joel Benjamin, myself, Grandmaster Alex Trapunski, and quite a number of others, Grandmaster Jose Betchesera down in Miami. Quite a number of very good players play this opening. With this opening, it's positionally and strategically sound. You're in very, very good company. Coming up on future DVDs, we will look at 2 knight f6, which is considered black's most active response. and we will show you exactly how to play against that as well.